A visionary is not one who merely foresees the future, but one who builds it step by step for the generations to come. With this thought, we begin today's special gathering organized on the joyous occasion of our beloved Chancellor, Dr. Ramdas M. Pai's birthday month. Dr. Pai's far-sighted leadership and unwavering commitment to education and healthcare have not only shaped the Manipal Academy of Higher Education into a global institution, but have also inspired countless teachers and learners to aim higher and serve humanity with purpose. Good morning to everyone present here. I'm Chaitra from the Department of Physics, and it is truly an honor to stand before you today as a host of this memorable event. It's a moment of immense pride and joy to welcome you all to the 4th convention of AGE College Teachers hosted by Sri Mahaveera College, which is celebrating its glorious Diamond Jubilee year. 60 years ago, this institution began as a small seed of hope and learning. Over the decades, it has grown into a mighty tree, nurturing thousands of students, producing responsible citizens, and shaping countless lives. Today, as we host this convention, we are not just celebrating an event, we are celebrating a legacy of 60 years, a journey of excellence, dedication, and service to society. What better way to mark this milestone than by bringing together educators, thinkers, and leaders to share their wisdom and vision for the future of education. Now, with great honor, I take this opportunity to introduce the distinguished dignitaries of today's program. Inaugurator and keynote speaker of today's function, we have Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh, Vice Chancellor, Mahe Manipal. Our esteemed President for the day is Mr. Abhay Chandra Jain, the Chairman of SMC Governing Council and former Minister, Government of Karnataka. We are also glad to have Dr. Sridhar Arpai, Administrative Officer, AGE Manipal. We are privileged to have with us Sri Sampath Samrajya, Deputy Chairman, SMC Governing Council. We also have with us Dr. Radha Krishna, Principal, Sri Mahaveera First Grade College, and Lieutenant Vijaya Lakshmi, Principal, Sri Mahaveera PU College. May I now request all the dignitaries to kindly come forward and occupy their seats on the dais. A warm welcome to all our dignitaries on stage. To invoke the divine blessings on this auspicious day, let us begin with an invocation by our students, Diksha and team.
गजवदना हे रंबा विजयध्वज शतरवि प्रतिभा गजवदना हे रंबा विजयध्वज शतरवि प्रतिभा एकदंत वैकल्यांता सिद्धि बुद्धि द्वयराकांता एकदंत वैकल्यांता सिद्धि बुद्धि द्वयराकांता गजवदना हे रंबा विजयध्वज शतरवि प्रतिभा गजवदना हे रंबा विजयध्वज शतरवि प्रतिभा मूषिका वाहನ ಸರ್ಪಭೂಷ ಅಡಿಗಡಿಗೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ನೆನೆದು ವಂದಿಪೆವು ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣೇಶ ಅಡಿಗಡಿಗೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ನೆನೆದು ವಂದಿಪೆವು ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣೇಶ ಗಜವದನ ಹೇ ರಂಭ ವಿಜಯಧ್ವಜ ಶತರವಿ ಪ್ರತಿಭಾ ಗಜವದನ ಹೇ ರಂಭ ವಿಜಯಧ್ವಜ ಶತರವಿ ಪ್ರತಿಭಾ.
Thank you, dear students. Light is a symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and prosperity. To mark the auspicious beginning of today's program, I request our dignitaries to inaugurate the program by lighting the lamp, and I also request to offer a floral tribute to our beloved founder, Dr. T.M.A. Pai, whose portrait is placed on the stage as a mark of respect. Thank you, respected dignitaries. A welcome is a first step to make any gathering warm and meaningful. I now invite Dr. Radhakrishna, Principal of Sri Mahaveera College, to deliver the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
A warm welcome and great good morning to all of you. Respected dignitaries, on and off the days, esteemed teachers, esteemed trust members, ladies and gentlemen. A good education can change anyone. A good teacher can change everything. Indeed, continuous quality enhancement and skill upgradation are essential for every teacher. This convention provides a valuable opportunity for all of us to enrich our knowledge, share ideas, and grow together as educators. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to the 4th convention of AJE College teachers, organized in connection to the celebration of our Chancellor's birthday. Shri K. Abhay Chandra Jain, our beloved chairman and former minister, Government of Karnataka, who is presiding over today's program. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Mahe, and the inaugurator who inaugurated this convention right now, and keynote speaker for this convention. Sir, your unwavering support for AGE College teachers is deeply appreciated. We are truly honored to have you with us this morning. On behalf of the AJE, Sri Mahaveera College management and everyone gathered here, I extend a hearty welcome to you, sir. Dr. Sridhar Ranganath Pai, our dynamic administrative officer at the AJE Manipal, who has already initiated several impactful steps towards improving the quality of teaching in our academic institutions. Today, he will deliver the preamble of the convention. Sir, we extend our heartfelt welcome to you. Shri Sampath Samraja, our respected Deputy Chairman, we are happy to have with you, sir. A warm welcome to you. I also welcome Lieutenant Vijay Lakshmi, Principal at Sri Mahaveera P. College. Welcome you, madam. I extend a very warm welcome to members of SMC Trust. We have with us Jayaprakash Padiwal, Premchand Shetty, Ram Prasad Bhatt, Ramesh Bhatt. I welcome you all. Mrs. Hilda Cornelio, Assistant Manager, Administration and Operation of the President and Pro-Chancellor Mahe, Manipal, whose meticulous planning and dedicated efforts have made this event possible. Madam, we extend you a very warm welcome, deep appreciation to you. A special welcome to our resource persons of today's convention. Dr. Ankita Shetty, I welcome you. Dr. Satish Kumar, I welcome you. Dr. Abhilash K. Pai, I also welcome you. We extend welcome with great honor all the principals and faculty members of AJE institutions. Welcome you all to Mahaveera College. On behalf of the management of Sri Mahaveera College, we welcome all the principals and teachers of all AJE institutions. Welcome you all once again. And I also welcome members of the press and media, distinguished invitees. At the end, today, this convention is possible because of the hard work efforts of my colleagues. I also welcome all the faculty members and students of our college. Once again, extend a cordial welcome to one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Sri K. Abhay Chandra Jain to offer a floral welcome to Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh. I request Dr. Radhakrishna to offer a floral welcome to Sri K. Abhay Chandra Jain. Further, I request Sri Sampath Samrajya to florally welcome Dr. Sridhar Arpai. I request Lieutenant Vijay Lakshmi to offer floral welcome to Sri Sampath Samrajya. To provide an overview of today's program, may I invite Dr. Sridhar Arpai, Administrative Officer, AG Manipal, to deliver the preamble.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Respected Sri K. Abhay Chandra Jain, Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh, Sampath Samraj, Dr. Radhakrishnan, Lieutenant Vijay Lakshmi, trustee members, principals, faculty members of AG colleges and members of press and electronic media. Good morning to everyone. Om Sahana Bhavatu, Sahano Bunattu, Sahaviryam Karavavahai, Tejasvinamadi Ma Vidyai Savahai, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May all be protected, may all be nourished, may we work together with the great energy, may our study be effective, may our intellect be sharpened, let there be no animosity amongst us. Om, peace within, peace in nature, and peace in divine force. From this Upanishad mantra, the Academy of General Education has chosen Tejasvinaditamastu as one of its motto. Tejasvinaditamastu means may our study be effective, may our intellect be sharpened. Inspired by this Upanishad Shanti mantra, our visionary leader, Padma Shri awardee Dr. T.M.A. Pai established the Academy of General Education in the year 1942. The Academy's first initiatives were training courses in the various useful vocations aimed at the local employment opportunities and skill development, what we today recognize as a central theme in the new education policy 2020. We have been privileged witnesses to the transformational journey of Manipal under Padma Bhushana awardee Dr. Ramdas Madhav Pai, who took forward the vision of his illustrious father. His contributions have been remarkable, founding 7 universities and 14 campuses in India and abroad, nurturing more than 2 lakh students with the support of 90,000 plus, I repeat, 90,000 plus faculty members, building a strong network of 3 alumni worldwide, and establishing Manipal hospitals with 38 hospitals, over 10,500 beds, serving 7 million patients annually. For this pioneering work in the education and health field, he was rightly honored with the Padma Bhushana award from the Government of India. To commemorate the birthday of our Chancellor, Padma Bhushana awardee Dr. Ramdas Madhav Pai, the Academy of General Education initiated the AGE College Teachers Convention in the year 2023. The first convention was held at Manipal, inaugurated by the Registrar of Academy of General Education and the President of Mahe Trust, Dr. Ranjan R. Pai. The second followed at the MGM College, Udupi, and the third at Bandarskar College, Kundapura. This year, Sri Mahaveera College, Moodbidri has graciously come forward to host the 4th AGE Teachers Convention and extended a warm welcome to all the delegates. The purpose of this convention is to enhance the research capabilities of AGE college teachers, and particularly reconfirming our shared commitment to the quality education and meaningful scholarship. The focus will be on the challenges and opportunities in implementing NEP 2020 with the special emphasis on undergraduate research. And this convention will feature enriching the talk on promoting the undergraduate research in AG College by Dr. Ankita Shetty, value-based and holistic education by Dr. Satish Kumar, use and technology and AI tools in the classroom and education by Dr. Abhilash K. Pai. In addition, there will be discussion on MAHE's research and innovation ecosystem and the PhD program available for the college teachers of AGE. We hope this platform sparks further dialogues and collaboration between the MAHE faculty and AGE college teachers, leading to the impactful research outcomes. As our beloved President of Academy of General Education and Pro-Chancellor of MAHE, Dr. H.S. Ballal has reminded us, quote, learning is an ongoing process. MAHE, recognized as an institutional of eminence, continue to lead from the front in both education and healthcare. Our founder, Dr. T.M.A. Pai, remains our guiding inspiration. He firmly believed that education and educated and enlightened children are an asset not only for the family but for the entire nation. We walk today in his footsteps, striving to the carry forward of his vision, unquote. This is by Dr. H.S. Ballal. Before I conclude, I have one question. Will artificial intelligence replace teachers? I repeat, will artificial intelligence replace teachers? Answer is, technology will not replace teachers, but teachers who do not use technology will soon be replaced. With these thoughts, I extend a warm and heartful welcome to all of you to the 4th Teachers Convention. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for presenting the preamble and providing us with an insightful overview of today's proceedings. It's my privilege to introduce our keynote speaker of the day, Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh, an eminent leader, academician, visionary administrator, and accomplished medical professional. A graduate of Mysore Medical College, he joined the Army Medical Corps in 1979 and went to complete his MS in ENT from Mumbai University with advanced training in cochlear implantation and neurotology. Over a distinguished 38-year career, he held prestigious appointments including Dean of the Armed Forces Medical College, Additional Director General of Medical Services, and Commandant of AMC Center and College, Lucknow, while mentoring generations of students. Nationally, he has served as an assessor for the Medical Council of India, the National Board of Examinations, NAC, and an advisor to DRDO. His outstanding service has been recognized with commendations from the Chief of Army Staff and the Vishisht Seva Medal by the President of India. He now serves as a Vice Chancellor of the Manipal Academy of Higher Education, where he continues to lead with vision and excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, with such an inspiring journey and remarkable contributions to medicine, education, and leadership, it's an honor to have with us Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh. We now look forward to hearing his valuable words of wisdom. Over to you, sir.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಶ್ರೀ ಅಭಯ್ ಚಂದ್ರ ಜೈನ್, ಶ್ರೀ ಸಂಪತ್ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಧಾಕೃಷ್ಣ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಪೈ, Lieutenant Vijay Lakshmi, eminent resource persons who have come to address this very impressive convention of AGE teachers, principals and faculty from across 15 Academy of General Education institutions, guests, press and the media, ladies and gentlemen. To me, it's a matter of great pride to be here today to address this large congregation of teachers. In my long, close to 48 years of my career, if I look back and say, what is that most memorable times that I have spent? It has been as a teacher. Therefore, I am one amongst you. And my times I have spent with my students, both undergraduate, postgraduate, and interacting with fellow teachers has been the most enriching and perhaps contributed maximum to my growth and development as a professional. So this, I just want to emphasize that this is very, very critical, and the roles of teachers, lecturers, professors, as mentors, as guides, as somebody who shines the light towards a better future is perhaps the most fulfilling part of our life. So let me congratulate all of you for choosing teaching profession as your choice. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together to each one of you, our teachers. Looking back to our visionary founder, late Dr. Teme Pai, he literally was a futuristic leader, a man much beyond his times, recognizing education as the most empowering part of anybody's life. Can't imagine that in early 30s, early 40s, he thought about skilling people towards self-employment, economic development. He thought about providing primary, secondary, higher education to the people of undivided South Canara. And more than anything else, he recognized the fact that it is only education that is going to empower people, not necessarily intellectually, but economically too. So you educate somebody, you are educating a generation, because his family improves, his children get better education. More than anything else, thousands and thousands of people get benefited by education. Just to look at the impact of Dr. Teme Pai's vision about establishing skilling centers, primary schools, secondary schools, pre-university colleges, and of course the higher education institutions in this part of the country. Today you look at undivided South Canara as the hub of education in the entire country. The number of universities which are present here today, the number of colleges which are present here today, number of schools and healthcare facilities which is available is something phenomenal and unparalleled. I'm always very, very proud to quote that today undivided South Canara ranks amongst the best regions, comparable with the most developed country in terms of education, in terms of healthcare, and in terms of quality of life indices like maternal mortality and child mortality. This is the vision of our founder. More than anything else, he also looked at women empowerment. I'm very happy to see that more than 85% of today's crowd is women. A big salute and a big namaskaram to our women who are taking the education to the next level. Congratulations to you. Multiple roles that our women play is something unparalleled. Not only professional, they take care of the home, the children, they build societies, and they are most economically productive. Another big round of applause to our women of our country, the true power of our country. And this realization of empowering women was also another thought process when Dr. Pai started banks and encouraged our women to start saving. I think somebody, Muhammad Yunus, who is currently the acting chief of Bangladesh, got a Nobel Prize for microfinances. I personally feel it should have gone to Dr. Teme Pai, who started this as early as 1930s and 40s, of small savings, empowering families, empowering communities, and banking systems today which thrive on microfinancing as a social impactful exercise. On this occasion, I'm also very happy on behalf of everyone present here today to wish our Chancellor, Dr. Ramdas Pai, who celebrated 90 years, 90th birthday on the 17th of September. Belated greetings on his birthday, and more than anything else, wishing for his good health and continued guidance to all of us, not necessarily Mahe, but the entire Manipal group, including the Academy of General Education. Ladies and gentlemen, the Academy of General Education is the forerunner of everything that has happened. The brand Manipal did not begin de novo. It began with the establishment of Academy of General Education. From then on, today Manipal is a global name, global brand, but still we are very much grounded. We always remember, recognize, and support the Academy of General Education in its endeavor towards promoting and propagating education to this part of the country. To all of us who have been part of Manipal, few things stand out. It's about compassion, it's about integrity, it's about honesty, it's about teamwork, and it is about thinking about others before you think about yourself. I think these kind of values are never ingrained in any other institutions other than the Manipal group of institutions, and of course the Academy of General Education, which is the forerunner to Manipal universities and Manipal system as a whole. Therefore, as Vice Chancellor of Mahe, I am humbled, I am privileged to be here today to be addressing close to 500 teachers who are making a big difference in the lives of our students in different parts of our undivided South Canada. Today we are looking at a total dynamic disruption that has happened in the field of education. And forever India, or Bharat, was recognized as a Vishwa Guru. Somewhere along the line, this entire educational tradition and the importance of education, knowledge, skilling, more than anything else, a philosophical aspect to education got corrupted for long centuries of British rule. But today is the time that we are re-looking, reinventing, rediscovering the merits of Indian knowledge systems and the way knowledge and skills were imparted to the students for building a very sustainable and a very, very progressive society. Today, if you look at what are the disruptions that are happening, disruptions are happening in education in two ways. One, total policy framework change. Second, Dr. Sridhar Pai mentioned about the technological advancement and impact of artificial intelligence and other deep technologies, which are going to have a huge impact on education. And all of us, I think we will be left, unless you adapt artificial intelligence, we will be left out. Nobody can replace human beings. Even if you remember, even the artificial intelligence is developed, invented, and made by human beings. Therefore, for us, we need to look at how do we strengthen ourselves, how do we equip ourselves with this advanced knowledge and use it for the betterment of bringing efficiency, bringing newer thought process, bringing in research-mindedness and developing newer pedagogies for delivery of better quality education to our students. Therefore, AI is not going to replace us. We will use AI. We are the people who created AI, and therefore we must remain the masters and we should not become slaves of technology. Therefore, it's important for us to adapt, to take the best applications of artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep technology, quantum, whatever you say, and then make progress. And we need to progress fast. We need to stay ahead of the rest of the world and to keep our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of making India a developed country by 2047. It's important for us to move in line with the National Education Policy 2020, 5 major stresses on the national education 2020. One, massive revision of school education, bringing in that most important ability amongst the students, for taking them away from rote memory to questioning, learning by doing, learning by seeing, and also learning the cultural heritage of our country, primary education in regional languages, and not discriminating between languages. So languages bind people, they should not divide people. So keeping this in mind, the new national education policy, school education has been revolutionized. Similarly, the higher education has also seen a lot of change. Major emphasis being in terms of technology adoption, newer teaching learning process, something which is very clear, many of us do not understand. One of the major emphasis in national education policy is about uplifting the teachers, faculty development, keeping them alive and progressive in mind. This is something we lose it amongst the many other objectives. Therefore, this endeavor of convention, which started 4 years ago, is based on what one of the most important principles with the national education speaks about faculty empowerment, faculty upgradation, upskilling, reskilling. This is very critical. I'm always fond of saying that if you look at how technological developments have occurred over the years, few path-breaking changes that occurred took 100 years in 1900s and 2000s. Today in the 21st century, you see these changes occurring in 10 years. In the third decade of this century, we see that changes are occurring in 1 year. That is the pace of development. Unless we keep pace with this development, we will be left behind. This is very important for us. We need to be alive to these changes, equip ourselves, and train our students, motivate them, give them the right kind of values so that they become great citizens, not only of our country, but they are equipped to become global citizens, capable of excelling in their chosen field anywhere in the world. Therefore, this national education policy is a very important document. I'm sure we have spoken enough on it. It's almost 5 years since it was launched. Many of those recommendations have found application. Some are a little slow, but yes, it is very important that we look at it. Some states have adapted, our state adapted and went back in the sense that now they are developing a new state education policy. I presume that many of the provisions of like recommendations in the national education policy will find reference in the state education policy. Next important aspect I would like to stress upon is research in education. Research and academics cannot be separated. They are the two faces of the same coin. Therefore, I urge all of you to take a look at research. Research does not mean you need to make path-breaking scientific inventions or discoveries. Research means looking into what has been happening and finding newer solutions to do things better and to propagate this and take it forward. So research, the word research itself has the answer to what is research. Research. There's a truth which is already available. We need to relook at this truth from a different perspective. Truth will not change, but the perspectives will change. Therefore, I insist upon all of you to take up research in some form. Encourage your students to get into research in some form. Just making them to learn by doing itself is a research. You may do a wonderful PowerPoint presentation, but the student will be left with knowledge which is shallow. If you understand, education is about 3 domains. The domain 1, which is not cognitive domain, is called knowledge-based domain. That is everything about the knowledge, which can be transferred by the teachers, learned by books, and also by self-learning. Second aspect about education is psychomotor domain, which is the domain of doing things, domain of skills. In all our lives, skill and knowledge cannot be separated. If you look at a chemistry experiment, I'm giving an example. If you need to do that experiment, you need to know the knowledge behind that experiment. But that itself is not enough. You need to know how to do that. That means you need to develop that skill of doing that experiment. And the third part is about interpretation. If you look at the cognitive domain, the domain of knowledge, many stages, it is about comprehension, recall. That is the basic level. That has been driven into us. We keep on asking questions, multiple choice questions, thinking that the student knows all. That's not all. Cognitive domain involves multiple levels. It's about comprehension, it's about recall, it's about analysis, it's about synthesis, more than anything else, internalization, and the ability to create new knowledge. That is where the research comes. These are the levels of cognitive domain. In the psychomotor domain, again, this domain of skills, it's not that you do it once and you will become an expert. There are again levels, it's called the Bloom's taxonomy, levels of psychomotor domain. That means you look at something being done, you observe something being done, you do something which is supervised by teachers and experts. Fourth thing, you do it yourself on your own. And fifth thing is internalizing the skill. That means you could be doing it at the spinal level without even thinking. Many of those skills, you will remember driving. Half the time we don't even know that we are driving. That is the level of internalization that should happen in the skill level. And the last one here again is the third, last dimension of skill, develop new skills. But I'm coming to the last domain which is often less spoken about, which was left to, look, learn and practice. This is about the affective domain. Affective domain is about empathy, sympathy, teamwork, working together, respect for fellow human being, respect for each other, respect the elders, and be grounded in all, humility. This domain is often less spoken about. I want all of you to look at this third domain, the affective domain, which is the domain of the mind and the body, mind and the brain. That is where we build people, we build leaders, we build characters in people. So I'm sure all of you are aware of it. I'm just reinforcing. This is not something new that you've been hearing in all your teachers' training and various workshops you keep hearing. My job is to reinforce as I'm coming to the later part of my life. So I thought that I must share these three domains of education, knowledge, skills, affective domain with all of you so that you internalize. So very, very homogeneous mixture of three domains makes a great teacher, a great student, and a great citizen, not necessarily for the world, but for the entire humankind. So this is something I wanted to add about. And third part, I did mention it, be alive to the technological advancements. To think that this is not for me is perhaps not the right way to do it. Don't get, apprehensive about technology. You must continue to use your inquisitiveness to know what it is about. We need not become a domain expert in artificial intelligence, but we must know what is artificial intelligence and how we can use this for the betterment of our own teaching, learning, evaluation activities and research. Therefore, this basic skills cannot be substituted. Like Sridhar Pai said, if you do not adapt, there will only be two categories of people. People who will succeed with adoption of newer technologies, people who will stay behind, who do not adapt or who do not wish to move forward. So therefore, I would advise all of you, don't get apprehensive, don't be afraid, take opportunities to acquaint yourself with newer technologies and use it. The application is the best way to take these learning forward. Fourth point I'd like to stress, since it's a keynote, I'm taking a little longer time and sharing my thoughts too. You're looking at, going forward. Earlier we used to know that, oh, I'm a graduate, I don't need to do anything more. Or I'm a postgraduate, I don't need to do anything more. Qualifications have lost their relevance, I'm telling you. They're just the basic entry-level requirements. What skills you have, how willing you are to learn the newer technologies, newer developments and new skilling, that is where dictates all of us. So basically a graduate, a postgraduate is just an educational qualification. but the other skills that you have in between are going to dictate how you are going to progress in life. So this is something, upskilling, reskilling is something which is very, very critical. We've always heard a very famous Sanskrit Subhashita. All of us know it. It is Acharyat Padam Adatte, Padam Shishyaha Swamedhaya, Padam Swabrahmacharibhyaha, Padam Kalakramenacha. This one Subhashita encompasses the entire teaching learning process. 25% of the education, or 1/4 of the education, is delivered by the teacher, and the student gains only 25% of his education from teachers. 25% he will learn swamedhaya, from his own intelligence. 25% he learns from his fellow students, swabrahmacharibhyaha. And 25% education is only complete when you are a lifelong learner. Kala kramena cha. One should continue to learn till one breathes his last. So the process of education is so vast, so diverse. If anybody thinks that I am the cause of providing education to somebody, we are mistaken. There are many, many components to it. And I place great importance in colleges, which provide all the 4 opportunities. 1, we learn from teachers. 2nd, I'm really, especially in undergraduate education, I'm not very fond of online education. It is taking away 3 things from education. 1 is direct teacher interaction. 2nd, it is taking away peer interaction, learning from my friends, my colleagues, my people who sit next to me. And the 3rd one also, it perhaps has a little effect on your own intellect. Your intellect is stimulated by your teachers and your fellow colleagues, and that will lead to your intellect becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. And the last part perhaps is very critical, that we must inculcate the habit of self-learning and lifelong learning skills in our students. Now, looking at Academy of General Education, its impact, it is unimaginable now. Look at the impact. Let me at this point congratulate Mahaveera College on its Diamond Jubilee year. Yeoman service, I think the number of students who have benefited from this college is so immense. Look at the alumni of these institutions have become great leaders, politicians, social impact makers, governors of states, chief justice of a country or a justice of the Supreme Court. So legacy is something you look back and you will feel so proud that what this institution has done. And to that credit, we should give credit to our founder, Dr. T.M.A. Pai, for initiating the process, but more credit should go to the local community, which have taken up this institution as their own, built, supported, and carried forward the tradition. So my humble salutes to all the past, present, and the current office bearers of the Trust, Mahaveera Trust, to Sri Abhay Jain ji, and to all of the members. Please continue the good work, inspire the next generation to continue this work too. To depend on the government for everything is the biggest folly that we can do. If you cannot help yourself, no government can help you. Therefore, this is something that we need to, don't look back and say, what is government doing for me? What I can do is something that, or what we can do together is something that we need to look at it. That's the reason why private organizations like AGE, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, and other private universities are doing so well, because they have become self-reliant to a great extent, and they nurture quality. Why do people come to my institution or your institution? Because they believe that they're going to get a good quality of education. And the good quality of education depends on 2 things. Good quality of students. 2nd, good quality of faculty. The ecosystem, infrastructure, support services, and more than anything else, a whole atmosphere of holistic learning. That means students will learn in a 360-degree fashion. Both intellectual, physical, health, sports, and of course, culture, dance, drama, and of course, respecting for the local traditions. So to all these things, I think the EGE institutions are doing a fabulous job. The last part I would like to mention about what Mahe has been trying to provide. Mahe today is a global band, very large university. You must have read recently that we are now the number 3 ranked university in the country in NIRF. It's a great humbling experience and privilege for me at this time of progression I am heading this institution. It comes with a great responsibility. It's not about Mahe doing well. It's about how Mahe can help others also to improve and grow better. Nothing better than helping our own sister institutions in all their progress. We have been doing it. We have been supporting all AGE institutions in infrastructure upgrade, in computers, in training, and providing our expertise in as resource persons for your IQACs and faculty development programs. But something more we did a few years ago, that we have brought in the policy of part-time PhD in Mahe. This is a huge opportunity for all of you, people who have a master's qualification, who wish to do a PhD. Please remember, for you to progress in the field of education, I would say that PhD is almost mandatory now. Please, all of you, take up this opportunity. You can do it working in your own institution. It does takes a little more planning and a little more effort. More than anything else, it is that little enthusiasm and aspiration from beyond your master's, MA, MSc. Where do I go? MCom. You can do a PhD. And Mahe is willing to help you. I think she will tell us, our joint director will tell us about what are the opportunities. I want more and more of our academic teachers to take up PhD studies in Mahe. It comes, you don't have to, advantages. You don't have to enter into any entrance exam. All you need is your desire to apply and get accepted. That's the first thing. So your worry of passing an entrance exam is not there. UGC, NET or whatever. No, not required. Mahe is there to support you. Second, it comes absolutely free. Very little expenditure for you. And I'm sure your own institutions will support you to acquire your PhD. Third, it comes with the pride of publishing papers in high quality journals. Mahe will take the entire cost of your publications once you are a student of Mahe. The fourth point, which is perhaps most critical, once you become a PhD scholar at Mahe, the entire research network or the journals, the e-books and publication support system is available to you for free. If you become a learner at Mahe, you can access any journal which is published in the world, irrespective of the discipline, free of cost. You can access any database which is available in the world, free of cost. You can access any support services, author support system, you're basically, editing support system for your journal applications. And more than anything else, you will have a supervisor who will support you and guide you through your PhD studies. Can I now show of hands, how many of you who are already PhD? I see some numbers. How many of you are already doing PhD? That's a very small number. How many of them now, this is the moot point, how many of you would wish to pursue PhD? I want more hands to come up, more hands to come up. And I'm sure Mahe will go out of its way to support your aspirations to acquire a PhD. Okay, don't think PhD is just a PhD. It changes your mindset. It changes your thought process. It enables you to conquer the world, if I can say that word. So I'm very happy. Also look at the employment opportunities that it enhances. I know that once you acquire a PhD, the entire world opens up. You can get into a central government university. You can get into a state government university. We are not selfish in AG and Mahe. If you get a higher qualification, we don't expect you to continue to serve. If there are better opportunities, this is our endeavor towards nation building. that a qualified PhD is going and teaching in another university who will proudly say that I am alumnus of AG institution or Mahe. So that selfishness is not there. Please remember that. So it is about empowering you. You need to decide that I want to empower myself. And all help will come from Mahe. Sridhar Pai will help you. Our people at Mahe will help you. You can always directly mail Hilda or me or anybody else, and we will help you to take this journey forward. So on this occasion, it's a matter of great pride that more than 500 university teachers are here, pre-university and university teachers are here. It's very rare that we find such a huge congregation. This is just not about listening to some speeches and going away. This is about rekindling your aspirations, looking at education in a different sphere. It's about self-realization. It's about shaking hands with the people who are sitting next to you, understanding the best practices in our other institutions and trying to, implement that in our own institutions. More than anything else, understanding, you'll hear from experts, some excellent talks are there today, I saw that. We have a speech or a talk on promoting undergraduate research. Mahe is driving research, perhaps the biggest research-intensive university in the country. Last year, we published 5,500 papers, and all of them in Q1 and Q2 journals. 64% of them in open access journals. Last year, we published 570 patents. This year, we are going to overtake all these numbers. We are already closing on 5,000 papers, still 1 quarter left. And also, we have already reached the figure of around 320 patents being filed. It's not about numbers, it's about quality. So and 17% of Mahe's publications are coming from students. So please kindle that spark of doing research, writing some papers, small projects, small reports. You never know where this will take your student. Someday one of your students may receive a Nobel Prize 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the line. That will be the biggest achievement that you can do if you can kindle that little spark of research in your students. The very good talk about value-based and holistic education is there, Dr. Satish Kumar. I have spoken about it, about the values, the affective domain, and what we stand for. Third one, use of technology and AI tools in classroom education. And of course, you will have interaction amongst yourselves to explore, learn what your colleagues are doing in other institutions which can empower you. At the conclusion, let me congratulate Academy of General Education for conceptualizing and putting into action this extremely important convention. Conventions are not meant for just meeting, greeting, having tea, having lunch and going away. Convention must have an impact, must have an objective. The basic objective of this convention has been to enhance research capabilities of AGE colleges as part of their commitment to enhance quality education and research in your institutions. This convention will focus on challenges and opportunities faced by college teachers to effectively implement National Education Policy 2020, especially in enhancing research capabilities. Very lofty objective, perhaps a little ahead of its time. Just a year after the NEP was announced, these conventions have started. I would request all of you to take a relook, reassess, and redefine your course, what you want to do for the rest of your life, both in your teaching life and thereafter. Many of you can become authors, many of you can become public speakers of repute, many of you can go on to become very leaders in various institutions, vice chancellors, unless, of course, if you do have highest qualification and have 10 years of experience. I see that in each one of you, especially the women teachers. All that is required is little bit of spark, little bit of drive, and a willingness to explore beyond your comfort zone. Progress will come when you go beyond your comfort zone. If you're extremely satisfied with your daily activity, you cannot expect anything much to change for the next few years. Don't take it as otherwise. I mean, you can take it as a little bit of some wisely advice from a 70-year-old who spent 50 years in education. Huh? That's it, and let me congratulate each one of you for being here today and taking this convention seriously. Let me thank Mahaveera College principal and the trustees for organizing this conference here. It's been amazing for me to be here today. I've spoken without a script, so I think that shows from where these words have come from. And let me once again congratulate Mahaveera College, Moodbidri, on its Diamond Jubilee for its yeoman service that it has done in training generations of students and taking them to their highest potential according to their capabilities. Let me compliment AGE once again, Sridhar Pai, Dr. Balal, Dr. Ranjan Pai, the Registrar of AGE, Dr. Balal, of course Dr. Sridhar Pai, who is now the Administrator, and my speech will not end without taking Dr. Ms. Hilda Cornelia's name. She is a live wire behind everything, absolutely meticulous and wonderful in organization. She is a true asset to Mahe. And ladies and gentlemen, to every one of you, let's put our hands together for each one of us. And also, on this day, on this convention, let's take a small vow or a decision that let's try and make ourselves a little better by the time we meet in the next convention. Wishing all of you the very best. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Our heartfelt gratitude to Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh for his thought-provoking keynote address, which has enlightened us and enriched the purpose of gathering. Thank you, sir. It's my great honor to call upon Shri K. Abhay Chandra Jain, Chairman, SMC Governing Council, for the presidential address.
ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮೂಡುಬಿದ್ರಿಯ ಮಹಾವೀರ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು 4th ಕನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ AG ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸು ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುವುದು ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಭಾಳ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಪ್ರೌಡ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್. ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸಿದವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಲೆಫ್ಟಿನೆಂಟ್ ಜನರಲ್ MD ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ರವರು ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸಿ ಬಹಳ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಆರ್ಡಿನೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ಸ್. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಮಾತಾಡುವಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಬುದ್ಧ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಲೆ. ಭಾಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಣಿಪಾಲದ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟರ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಪೈ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಧಾಕೃಷ್ಣರವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಸಂಪತ್ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಆದಂಥ ಲೆಫ್ಟಿನೆಂಟ್ ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಮಿತ್ರರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ನಮ್ಮ 6 ಮಣಿಪಾಲದ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳು, ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರು, ಲೆಕ್ಚರರ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ಸ್ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ನಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಆತ್ಮವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಬೆಳೆಸುವಂಥ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮನಗಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ರವರು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಲೆಫ್ಟಿನೆಂಟ್ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ರವರು ಭಾಳ ಅರ್ಥಗರ್ಭಿತವಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ. ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಒಬ್ಬ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕನ ಮಗನಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಶಿಕ್ಷಕನಾಗಿ ಹೋಗುವಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಫೈಲಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ತಾಯಿ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ನೀನು PT ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಆದರೂ ಆಗುವಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ. ಡೆಸ್ಟಿನಿ ವಾಸ್ ಟೋಟಲಿ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್. ನನ್ನ ಬದುಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಬಂತು. ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಯಾವುದೋ ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ PT ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಕೂಡ PT ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಗೌರವದಿಂದ ಬದುಕಲಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ತಾಯಿ ಹೇಳಿದಂಥ ಅದು ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ. ನಿನಗೆ ಅಡುಗೆ ತೋಟ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಪಿ ಟಿ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಆಗಪ್ಪ, ನಿನ್ನ ತಂದೆಯ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ನನ್ನ ತಾಯಿ ಆ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾನು ನೆನಪಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಮೈ ಫಾದರ್ ವಾಸ್ ಎ ಲಾ ಗ್ರಾಜುಯೇಟ್. He was a cricket captain of Mysore Maharajas College in 1926, sir. 1926 he was cricket captain. From 29 he was in Government Arts College, Bangalore with Chinnaswamy. He played cricket with Chinnaswamy. From there he went to Banaras. He studied 8 years in Banaras. Then also he not completed his law. Only he played tennis and cricket. Later he joined HAL Bangalore. He was in 2 years he worked in HAL Bangalore. Then he came back to our hometown Moodbidri. Then he thought, why to go to Bangalore? We will settle here only. We are having agriculture property. That's why he stayed back. He became a teacher in Jain High School. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕನ ಮಗನಾಗಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಸ್ಥಾನಮಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ತಂದೆ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಾಗಿದ್ದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಶಿಷ್ಯಂದರು ನನಗೆ ಬೆನ್ನೆಲುಬಾಗಿ ನಿಂತರು. ಅವರ ಶಿಷ್ಯರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿ ಅವರು. ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿ ಚೋಸನ್ ಮೀ ಟು ಬಿಕಮ್ ಎ MLC ವೆನ್ ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ 92ನೇ ಇಸ್ವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತರು ಆಕಾಂಕ್ಷಿಗಳಿದ್ರು. ನಮ್ಮ ದಾವಣಗೆರೆ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ನ Shamrao Shishankarappa was contented on that time. He can throw any crores of rupees to get MLC seat. But Veerappa Moily chosen me. He says, I am son of his teacher. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಬದುಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕನಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗೌರವ ಇದೆ ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಬದುಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷ, ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಣಿಪಾಲ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ 6 ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ರು. ನಮ್ಮ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡದಿದೆ ಮಣಿಪಾಲದ್ದು. ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸೈಂಟ್ ಅಲೋಷಿಯಸ್, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸೈಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ನೆಸ್. 4th ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಇಸ್ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜ್. 42ನೇ 42 TMFI ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಇನ್ ಮಣಿಪಾಲ್. ಸುಳ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕುಂದಾಪುರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳಾಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಕಾಲವನ್ನು ಯೋಚಿಸುವ, ಆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಇಲ್ಲದಂಥ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ TMA ಪೈ ಅವರು ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿದರು. ಊರಿನ ಗಣ್ಯರನ್ನು ಸೇರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಕಾಲೇಜು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂಥ ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಂಬರ್ 1 ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಸೌತ್ ಕೆನರಾ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಉಡುಪಿ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ TMA ಪೈ ಅವರು ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ಅಭಿಮಾನಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಉಲ್ಲೇಖಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಪದ್ಮಭೂಷಣ ರಾಮದಾಸ್ ಪೈ ಅವರು 90ನೇ ಹುಟ್ಟುಹಬ್ಬವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನೆನಪಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಒಬ್ಬ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ವಿಷನರಿ. ಆಫ್ಟರ್ TMA ಪೈ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಡೆಸುವಂಥ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ರಾಮದಾಸ್ ಪೈ ಅವರು ವಹಿಸಿ ನಮಗೆ ಮಹಾವೀರ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಪಾಲಿಟೆಕ್ನಿಕ್ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ITI ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, CPED ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟವರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಮದಾಸ್ ಪೈ ಅವರು. ಇವತ್ತು ಮಣಿಪಾಲದ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಪಾಲಿಟೆಕ್ನಿಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ITI ಇಲ್ಲ. ಓನ್ಲಿ ಮಹಾವೀರ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಗಾಟ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮಣಿಪಾಲ್. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಮಣಿಪಾಲದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಪಾರವಾದಂಥ ಗೌರವ. ಇವತ್ತು ಹಿಲ್ಡಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿರು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಣಿಪಾಲಕ್ಕೆ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಹಿಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸುಲಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ತಿರ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಮಹಾವೀರ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಮಣಿಪಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನೆನಪಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಕುಂದುಕೊರತೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಣಿಪಾಲದವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಂಡು, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಇಡೀ ಅವಿಭಾಜ್ಯ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಇರೋದು ಮೂಡುಬಿದಿರೆ ಮಹಾವೀರ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಮೂಡುಬಿದಿರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಳ್ವಾಸ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಇದೆ, ವೈಬ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಇದೆ, ಎಕ್ಸಲೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಇದೆ, ರೋಟರಿ ಕಾಲೇಜ್, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಟು ಮಹಾವೀರ ಕಾಲೇಜ್. ಅದರ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಸರ್ವೈವ್. 14 PU ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಿವೆ ಮೂಡುಬಿದಿರೆ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಕಾಂಪೀಟ್ ವಿತ್ ದೆಮ್. ಅವರ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್, ಅವರ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಫೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಟು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ದಿ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಎಜುಕೇಷನನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವು ಸರ್ವೈವ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಇವತ್ತು ಮಲೇಷ್ಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮಹಾವೀರ ಕಾಲೇಜ್, ದೆನ್ ದೇರ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮಣಿಪಾಲ್. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಮಲೇಷ್ಯಾ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಾವೀರ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಹಳೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಉಲ್ಲೇಖಿಸಿ, ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ನಜೀರ್ ಈಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್. ದೆನ್ ಹಿ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಎ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್, ದೆನ್ ಹಿ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್, ಲೇಟರ್ ಹಿ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್. ಫ್ರಮ್ ದೇರ್ ಹಿ ಎಲಿವೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಂಧ್ರ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್. ಇವತ್ತು ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ನಜೀರ್ ಈಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಎಂಬ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ನಮಗೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಅಬ್ದುಲ್ ಖಾದರ್, ಟುಡೇಸ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಅವರ್ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಹೂ ಪ್ಲೇಡ್ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಇನ್ ಅವರ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್. ಟುಡೇ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಅವರು ಇವತ್ತು ಕೂಡ ಒಬ್ಬ ಉತ್ತಮ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಆಗಿ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ರೆಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರ್ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಖಾದರ್ ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಲ್ಲೇಖಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಧನಂಜಯ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಅವರ್ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲಿತಂಥ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸ್ಥಾನಮಾನಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡುವುದು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು, ಇವು ಲೆಕ್ಚರರ್ಸ್, ತಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ಅವರ ಬದುಕಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಭಾಳ ಜನ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್, ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಸ್, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಬದುಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಬದುಕುವನ್ನು ಶಕ್ತಿ ತುಂಬುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ತಮಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು, ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಬದುಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರವಾದಂಥ ಏನಾದರೂ ಜೀವನ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಅದು ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಬದುಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನನ್ನ ತಂದೆಗೆ ಮೂಡುಬಿದಿರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದಂಥ ಗೌರವ ಸಣ್ಣ ಬಾಲಕನಾಗಿ ನೋಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ತಂದೆ ಪೇಟೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಎವ್ರಿ ಶಾಪ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮೈ ಹೌಸ್ ಟು ಬಸ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ದೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ಅದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅವರ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಅಂಗಡಿಯವನು ಓಲ್ಡ್. ಆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನನಗೆ ಭಾಳ ನೋವು, ನನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಪನಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಭಾಳ ಕಾಲಗಳು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ಇಡೀ ಭಾರತ ಇವತ್ತು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಯಾವಾಗ 1984ರಲ್ಲಿ ಲಿಬರಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಆ ನಂತರದ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬನ ಬದುಕು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಯಿತು ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅವಕಾಶ ನಮಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು 4ನೇ ಕನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಾವೀರ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಆಗಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮಣಿಪಾಲ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಆಫ್ ಜರ್ನಲಿಸ್ಟ್, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ SS ಬಳ್ಳಾಲ್ರವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅವರಿಂದಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಈ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಈ 4th ಕನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೂಡುಬಿದಿರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕಾಶಿಯಾಗಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ಮೂಡುಬಿದಿರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಅದೆಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಆತ್ಮವಿಶ್ವಾಸದಿಂದ ಬದುಕುವಂಥ ಶಕ್ತಿ. ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದರ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಎಫಿಲಿಯೇಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟವರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀಮಾಲಿ. ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಎ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್, ದೆನ್ ಹಿ ಬಿಕಮ್ ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಾವೀರ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಮೈಸೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯಿಂದ ಎಫಿಲಿಯೇಷನ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನೆನಪಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಾವೀರ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಾಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ that days in 65 Dr. Srimali came to Mahaveera College to give affiliation. ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾಲ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ. ಈಗ ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್ ಬಂದರೆ ಯಾರು ಕೇರ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡೀ ಮೂಡುಬಿದ್ರಿಯೇ ಅವರನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭವನ್ನು ನಾನು ನೆನಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅದರ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಇವತ್ತು ಲೆಕ್ಚರರ್ಸ್ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಲೆಫ್ಟಿನೆಂಟ್ ಜನರಲ್ MD ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದರು 85% ಆರ್ ಅವರ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಲೇಡೀಸ್ ಕೇಮ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಉಜ್ವಲವಾದಂಥ ಭವಿಷ್ಯವನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ತಾವು ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಪತಿಗಳಾಗುವಂಥ ಅವಕಾಶ, ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗುವಂಥ ಅವಕಾಶ, ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂಥ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ ಲೆಕ್ಚರರ್ಸ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಲೆಕ್ಚರರ್ಸ್ರವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ನಿಮಗೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತಿಕೆ ತಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ತಾವು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಪರಿಣಿತರಾಗಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಡಾಕ್ಟರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, PhD ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಕಲಿಕೆಗೆ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಸ್ತಬ್ಧ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯು ಆಲ್, ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ PhD ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ತಮ್ಮ ಭವಿಷ್ಯತ್ತಿಗಾಗಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಭವಿಷ್ಯತ್ತನ್ನು ಉಜ್ವಲ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ತಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಗ್ ಅವರ್ ಓನ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಇನ್ ಮ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್. ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸದುಪಯೋಗ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ವಿ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಅಂಡರ್ ಮಹೆ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ PhD ಪದವೀಧರರಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ತರುವವರಾಗಬೇಕೆಂಬ ಹಾರೈಕೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ವಿರಾಮ ಹಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
Thank you, sir. It's now time for pleasantry. May I now request Shri K. Abhaychandra Jain to kindly present mementos to our distinguished guests. I request Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh to receive the memento as a token of our love and respect. I request Dr. Sridhar R. Pai to receive the memento as a mark of our appreciation and gratitude. Now, may I invite Mrs. Hilda Cornelio, Assistant Manager, Admin and Operations, Office of the President and Pro-Chancellor Manipal, to receive the memento as a gesture of our warm regards and respect. We sincerely thank Shri Abhaychandra Jain for presenting the mementos. Thank you, sir. We are also privileged to have with us the principals of our AG institutions. May I now request Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh to present mementos to them. I invite Professor Vanitha Maya, Principal, MGM College, Udupi, to receive the memento as a token of our appreciation. Mrs. Malati Devi, Principal of MGM PU College, Udupi. Dr. Devidas S. Nayak, Principal of MGM Evening College, Udupi. Dr. Shubhakaracharya, Principal of Bandakas College, Kundapur. Dr. D.M. Gonda, Principal of Bandakas PU College, Kundapur. Dr. Manjunath Kotian, Principal of Sri Bhuvanendra College, Karkala. Sri Ramesh S.C., Principal of Sri Bhuvanendra PU College, Karkala. Dr. M. Swami, Principal of JCBM College, Sringeri. Mr. A.G. Prashanta, Principal of JCBM PU College, Sringeri. Professor Venkatesh Bhatt, Principal of Vijaya College, Mulki. Professor Arun Kumar B, Principal of Vijaya PU College, Mulki. Swati Kulkarni, Principal, Madhava Kripa School, Manipal. Srilata S. Alva, Principal, Manipal School, Atavar. Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh for presenting the mementos. Thank you, sir. Every successful event stands on the strength of support, teamwork, and goodwill. As we near the conclusion of today's program, it is time to express our heartfelt gratitude to all those who made this day truly special. I now invite Lieutenant Vijaya Lakshmi, Principal, Sri Mahaveera PU College, to deliver the oath of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Respected dignitaries, honored of the days, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks at the inaugural session of 4th AGE Teachers Convention, organized in connection with the celebration of our Chancellor's birthday. We are deeply honored by the presence of Sri K. Abhay Chandra Jain, our respected Chairman and former Minister, Government of Karnataka, who presided over today's program. Sir, we thank you for your guidance and encouragement. Our sincere gratitude to Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh, Vice Chancellor of MAHE, for inaugurating this convention and for his keynote address. Sir, your words have truly inspired our teachers and reminded us of the noble responsibilities we shoulder. Thank you for your impactful message. I would like to thank Dr. Sridhar Rangnath Pai, Administrative Officer of AGE Manipal, for setting the tone of the event with a thought-provoking preamble and for his unwavering support. Thank you, sir. We are grateful to Sri Sampath Sambrajya, our beloved Deputy Chairman, for his gracious presence and encouragement. Thank you, sir. Our thanks to Dr. Radhakrishna, Principal of Sri Mahaveera First Grade College and Secretary of SMC Trust, for his guidance and coordination. Thank you, sir. I extend our sincere thanks to all the members of SMC Trust and the management of AGE institutions for their encouragement and support. A special thanks to Mrs. Hilda Madam, Assistant Manager, Admin and Operations, Office of the President and Pro-Chancellor MAHE, for her support. Thank you, Madam. We are also thankful to the resource persons of today's convention, Dr. Ankita Shetty, Dr. Satish Kumar, Dr. Abhilash K. Pai, who will share their knowledge and add immense value to this event. We express our gratitude to all the principals and faculty members of AGE institutions, members of press, and other invitees who have joined us today. I also thank all the teaching and non-teaching staff, dear students of our college, for their wonderful cooperation in organizing this convention. Once again, I thank one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. With gratitude in our hearts, we conclude this inaugural program, looking forward to brighter days ahead. Thank you everyone for joining us in this blissful event. May I now request everyone to kindly join for a college-wise group photograph along with our dignitaries. Soon after the photograph session, we will proceed with the next session, which will be conducted by Ms. Rakshita, Department of English. I request all of you to kindly remain seated in the auditorium after the photograph. To begin with, may I invite the principal and faculty members of MGM College, Udupi to kindly come forward for the group photograph. Next, I request the principal and faculty members of Bandakas College, Kundapur to please join us. To begin with, may I invite principal and faculty members of MGM Degree College, Udupi. principal and staff members of MGM PU College, Udupi. Udupi to join us. I request the principal and staff members of Bandakas College, Kundapur to please join us. Principal and staff members of Sri Bhuvanendra College, Karkad. Next, may I invite principal and staff members of JCBM Sringeri to join us. Next, I request principal and staff members of Sri Vijaya College Mulki to join us. I request the faculty who have finished with their photo session to have a break and refresh and join for the next session. Next, I request the principal and staff members of Madhava Kripa School, Manipal to join us for a photograph. Next, I request principal and staff members of Manipal School Attawat to join us for a photograph. Finally, I request the faculty members of Sri Mahaveera College to kindly come forward. All the Mahaveera College staff members are requested to come over to the dais. Thank you all. With this, we conclude the group photograph session. I'll hand over the next session to Ms. Rakshita, Department of English. Somewhere something incredible is waiting to be known. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we need to welcome this. We are gathered here to share ideas, insights, and inspirations that will guide us in strengthening education and research. Our first session is titled Promoting Undergraduate Research in Academy of General Education Colleges. This important topic will be delivered by a highly respected academician, Dr. Ankita Shetty, Deputy Director, Doctoral Studies, Mahe Manipal. Now I invite Dr. Ankita Shetty to the stage and request her to occupy the honorable seat. Welcome you, ma'am, to this remarkable event. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. Ankita Shetty. Dr. Ankita Shetty holds a PhD in Services Marketing and has over 8 years of teaching experience. She currently serves as the Assistant Director at the Center for Doctoral Studies, Mahe Manipal, and is an Assistant Professor at the Manipal School of Commerce and Economics. She is a member of the Editorial Review Board for the Asia Pacific Journal of Business Administration. Dr. Shetty has published 35 research papers indexed in Scopus. She has received the Best Research Paper Award at Manipal, Dubai, and 2 Best Paper Awards from Symbiosis, Nagpur campus. She has guided 8 PhD students currently pursuing their degrees and has successfully supervised 2 students who have been awarded their PhD. She was also a visiting scholar at INTI University, Malaysia, and holds 3 copyrights related to her work. With this, I am very much delighted to introduce Dr. Ankita Shetty to the gathering. I now request Dr. Manjunath Kotian, Principal, Shri Bhonendra College, Karkala, to hand over the bouquet to Dr. Ankita Shetty. Thank you, sir. We are honored to have you, and I now hand over the session to Dr. Ankita Shetty. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Give that.
ಫೋಟೋವಾ ನಿಮಿಷ
ಹೀಗೆ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜಸ್ಟ್
ನಿಮಗೆ
ಹೇಗೋ ಹಿಂದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಹಾಂ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಈಗ ಆಫ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತೀರ ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತದೆ ಶ್ರೀ ಸುದೀಪ check. Can we start? Yes? Okay. So the most important topic of the day, where VC sir also mentioned, how to promote research in the UG, how to develop the research mindset. Am I audible to all of you? Yeah, thank you. How many of you all have Nokia phones today? You have? Now? How many of you all have Nokia phones today? Today, right now? Yes? No one? Once upon a time in your life, you had a Nokia phone, right? Very easy to handle. You can throw it wherever possible, but nothing would happen to that, right? So, why did Nokia lose its market? Can you answer this quiz for me? A, B, C, D. B? Okay. So, next quiz is, the lesson from Nokia is A, B, C, D? B? Okay. So, what we learn from Nokia's case? We have to adapt to new changes. So, we shouldn't be like Nokia, and that's where we start our research from, so that we are not outdated. We have to upgrade ourselves, update ourselves, upskill every now and then. So, sticking to old methods leads to irrelevance. Continuous research is what helps you anticipate trends. The future of education from today is not rote learning, what you are teaching in textbooks. It's beyond that, right? Not only for you, even I'm a teacher, I know the threat, what it causes after 2030. So we have to keep ourselves upgraded. And that's why today we are here to promote research. So why research matters? Anyone? Why research matters? Some could be PhDs here. Why research matters? Is the research only for PhD? For everyone. Even if I want to buy a mobile phone, I will do research, right? Even if I have to buy a shampoo bottle, I will go and do research. Color, smell, everything, right? So all of these things are a part of day-to-day aspects which we are doing. So research matters because it generates new knowledge, right? Next, it solves real-world problems. I will give you some examples realistically. Supports innovation, constant innovation activities. It informs decision-making. If government has to take a decision on any policy, it's not just like that because two people are talking. They take based on the grants which they give, ICSSR, NCW. Why these grants are being given to academicians to do? Because the policy decisions are taken because of the grants provided to you. They decide and they review those documents and the government implements that as policy. That's why government is giving so much of funding to the researchers. Okay, it enhances career growth and keeps you relevant. So when we talk about research, let's not be like the Nokia case. Let's get ourselves updated, upgraded. So I have a question, very important question. Which initiative encourages multidisciplinary learning and critical thinking in Indian education? Can you answer this quiz for me? A, B, C, D? NEP. So all of us know National Education Policy 2020. And that's why today we are talking about research. What is the main objective of NEP 2020? Holistic development, very good. Anything? Why NEP education? Why you all are sitting here to listen to me today for research? To enhance the skill, very good. From students' perspective, employability skills, very good. To make shift from teaching to research-centeredness, right? Global competitiveness and ranking. Sir mentioned of NIRF ranking. It didn't come just like that. It came because of research. Majorly because of research. Funding and opportunities. NEP 2020 is talking about. Then, interdisciplinary and innovation focus. I will go deeper into it by giving you examples how you can strengthen interdisciplinary research. Okay, why is research considered crucial for faculty under NEP 2020? Enhances the quality of teaching, global recognition, that's it. So it enhances quality of teaching, student mentorship, and global recognition. So when we are talking about global recognition, we are talking about the QS ranking, the Times ranking, all of these things, how we can elevate our institution to a global level. Okay, a college wants to improve its NAC and NIRF ranking under NEP 2020. which faculty action will mostly help? A, B, C, D. Loudly. B? Okay. Then answer this question to me. What is stopping you from research today when you all know NEP 2020 mission is research? Right? Can I ask you this question? I'm also a faculty administrator, research. I know the difficulty what faculty faces. It's not easy to just start doing research, start doing PhD, right? But what is stopping you from doing research? Academic load, 16 hours, 18 hours, sometimes go up to 22 hours. Correction, attendance. ಇದರೆಲ್ಲ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡುದು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್? ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, right? So we will plan some tips how daily we can involve in research activities. Okay? It's not like every day or you should look at modeling, scientific aspect, I will do something path breaking. No, that is not possible. Something day to day how you can start. And that's what we will be initiating in today's session. So academic and admin load, of course, fear of failure. If I do PhD, if I fail, if my guide is not proper, all of these is a anxiety regarding before you get into a research forum. A lack of confidence, limited knowledge of funding, and difficulty identifying a topic. Out of all these, which is the most complicated thing for all of you? Identifying a topic. So, being a supervisor to PhD scholars, I know first when they come with hundreds of ideas. But as a supervisor, it's my duty to streamline it and tell them the feasibility of that topic. So today, we will learn how to identify a new topic. Okay? So what topics can I take for research? So topic identification and idea generation broad. Many people here are from science, technology, management, right? Arts, language, whatever. You have to identify the stream you are passionate about. Anything. In science, which area, as a student, which area you liked, you are passionate about that topic. And that's where you can take it ahead and go. Then you can start doing journals, books, search. This is a very complicated task, right? But the easiest way to identify a topic is through AI. How to use AI right way with the right prompts to enhance your research skills. Okay? So first thing is use AI in brainstorming ideas like ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, and Copilot. Any of these tools you can use for your research. But I will give you a disclaimer, AI is not everything. AI is an assistant. AI is an assistant, only assistant, okay? So ideas, always when you're looking at one idea, it should be novel. Novel in the sense, new. It should contribute to knowledge and ultimately it should develop papers or a training module or a policy or app or any kind of advancement depending on your stream. If a language person is looking at it, a book for the next generation, right? I'm also associated with a scholar who's doing a research on Kanchipuram silk. All of you know Kanchipuram silk. Today everybody tells when you buy Kanchipuram silk, it's only with silk mark. Every sari has a silk mark today. So actually when you go to Kanchipuram district and see to buy a Kanchipuram silk sari, it takes minimum 25,000 for a sari. Today you get it for 2,000 also with a silk mark. So much of manipulation is happening in that silk sari, which is such a identity to India, cultural identity. On your wedding you wear, on any important day you wear a Kanchipuram sari, especially for South Indians. But that it's losing its market. Why? Because of the advancements of technology, because weavers are not doing a lot of, their knowledge is not percolating because their children are not taking up Kanchipuram. They are going to US. They are going to different countries. So nobody is learning the art of weaving. So when we did this research, we realized that the knowledge, what the weavers have, is not being documented. It's not documented for the next generation. So that's where the research comes into picture that I'm giving you an idea. Knowledge management in Kanchipuram saris. Are you able to get that point? That itself is a research idea. Research is not that I'm doing ABC analysis. That is not research. Research is day-to-day issues, how we can solve practically. Practical solutions. If you are able to defend it, then you are able to do that research. So, use prompts in AI. Sir, Abhilash sir will be talking in detail about how to use prompts and AI in education, but I'm just giving you, this is a suggestion which I can tell you, that generate path-breaking research ideas linking dash any of your topic, maybe Kanchipuram, to which can impact the society. You have to put such prompts that will develop some sort of ideas for you. Act as a research mentor. You are telling ChatGPT, please act as a research mentor and suggest high-impact, feasible, interdisciplinary questions for above. So this is what you are giving hints to AI. If you give a right hint to AI, it will be able to generate good options for you. So here, AI is only an assistant, not a creator of research. Today, if I tell AI to write a paper, it will write. It will hallucinate and write. It will imagine and write, but that's not how it is. So you have to consider AI as an assistant only, just for your ground research. So now you would have got some confidence to start to identify an idea for your research. It could be research is not publication. Research could be in any ways. Any ways. I'll tell you, it can be in a form of grant, in form of a conference, in form of any aspect which you are passionate about. So I will talk about a general topic that is called as entrepreneurship. And everybody know about this business arrangement, right? What are the 5 under-researched challenges faced by rural women entrepreneurs in Karnataka? So this is the topic of interest which I have chosen. Very simple, everybody can connect to it, right? So this is something which we are trying to improve the rural growth. So this topic is a interest for everybody. So possible output which I got from AI is digital literacy and e-commerce, social norms, credit access, market linkages, and climate impact, which will impact the rural women workers. So the first thing is digital literacy and e-commerce, lack of skills in online sale payments, app development. This much only AI will give you. But how I can implement it in real life is my thought process which I have to put. So I thought a computer science faculty can think of app development for skill-based learning for rural women. You can develop a knowledge app, you can develop a technical app, you can help them develop a digital payment system. You can do so many things with that aspect. Okay, how to do a e-commerce, how to buy certain, milk products. From this Moodbidri district, place, people want to buy milk products which are sold by home, which are managed by home people. So you develop an app where you pull all the, people who are involved in this aspect and sell that on an e-commerce like how Amazon is doing. So this could be an interesting platform when you do a research in such a way. Then comes social norms. This is applicable for the arts and humanities segment, where you talk about cultural barriers, family duties. So as a woman to start a responsibility in a rural, acceptance is very low. Why should she go and do this kind of an entrepreneurial activity? So you as arts and sociology people can look into that aspect of it, how you can avoid family, biases which happen. You can study that and provide suggestions. Then credit access. It could be collateral, fintech adoption, which a finance person, commerce or a BBA person can look at it. Then market linkages like weak rural to urban supply chain managements, how exactly from the wholesaler to the retailer, how things are moving. You can think about it and give suggestions. So this can be handled by a management person. Then comes the climate impact. When we talk about poultry and all of these things, it is all linked to the erratic weather. Now in Dakshina Kannada and most of the places now how rain is just unexpected. So there is climatic condition which is impacting the business. So this is one aspect which we can focus on, and that can be focused by science students. So not only students, faculty, so this is how a topic comes to your mind. You can brainstorm it with people, discuss with trustworthy people whom you feel can be discussed, and take suggestions from them. How this research can benefit. The research is all about building knowledge or extending the body of knowledge. So this can be theory building, practical solution, social impact, and policy shaping. National education policy didn't just come just like that. It studied the current education loopholes, lacunas, the disadvantages, and then came out with many sort of advancements. We will not understand it right now, but in the 10-year span, we will know how it has impacted the education system. Then when we talk about social impact, it's more about empowerment and helping other people to grow because of your research. Okay? And then comes refine your research question. Always when you have a broad idea in your mind, you have to have a specific question. It should be measurable, it should be attainable, it should be realistic, whether I can achieve, and it should be time bound. Whether I can do in 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 1 week, 1 day, that has to be defined. So how do digital payment barriers affect rural women entrepreneurs in Karnataka? So today rural women also are using GPay mechanisms. So how we can make it easier to help rural people to come into the mainstream of using technology. And these are some of the path-breaking ideas which you can think and explore. Okay? So do a quick literature review. Go to Google Scholar. You have an AI tool called as Research Rabbit, where it can help you do literature review. But please, disclaimer is, don't go directly with what AI is telling. The citations which it gives is not valid. You have to validate it with research papers. You should go to Google Scholar, manually search it. That is the role of a researcher. Okay? Then I have a question now. You want to test if organic farming methods improve crop yield. What is the best way to design the study? For science people, okay? How we can design? A, B, C, D. According to you, how can we improvise it? We want to understand the best crop yield. B, oh, very good. Compare yields from organic versus non-organic farm, which uses harsh chemicals, which doesn't use harsh chemicals. Okay. Usually when we do research, the problem is when you look at a research paper, that finance and that modeling and all, namge agodilla idu. Adu odlike agodilla because it's very complicated. That is not how you have to do research. Research is not about complicating things at beginning, thinking about the analysis part. Your duty is to identify a right question and then proceed with it. That is currently in your hand right now. So how we can do? There are 3 kinds of research. This is usually towards science, technology also. Basically you can use it, but science is more towards experimentation and finding novel things. But when management, it's more towards management, technology, it's more towards qualitative, quantitative, and mixed method. So these 3 approaches are very important in research. So when we talk about qualitative, it's more about interviews, focus group, the idea you have. Rural women entrepreneurs is my idea. I will go to rural women, interview, do a focus group discussion, collect data. And that is qualitative. Qualitative deals with a small sample size, whereas quantitative is more of numerical in terms. For example, if I want to understand in Moodbidri place, how many of them are interested in entrepreneurial activities? So there are so many thousands, so many people here. So what happens is I can't go and do interview with everyone. What I do is I give a questionnaire. I understand whether there is any entrepreneurial intention among people in Moodbidri. And that's where a research starts. When we want to focus on a large sample size, it is quantitative. When we are looking at a small sample size, it's qualitative research. Sometimes we use mixed method approach where we combine both the aspects together. Okay, after that, you'll collect and analyze the data. I'm just giving you an overview. This itself is a day's workshop. I'm just trying to showcase you how small ways research can be done and quickly move towards UG research. Okay? Google Forms, all of these tools are available online where you can learn through YouTube and ensure that this idea, this problem, how do I solve it, what is that is expected, that can be understood. Okay, you want to study consumer preferences from electric vehicles. What type of data collection will give you the most useful insights? A, B, C, D. Distributing surveys to potential buyers, watching random YouTube, what happens? I want a loud answer. B. B, right? Exactly. You will distribute surveys because you're going to collect data from a large sample size to decide whether electric vehicles is making a difference. Okay, once you have an idea, you will start focusing small. Maybe go to a conference, present the paper, or maybe write a grant, or write a journal article with right collaboration, and then present the insights to the local community. I'm not talking about global agenda today. I'm talking about small, impactful changes which can be made in the locality. Because everybody has a misconception that research should be done global. No. Research can start small from your own district and then taken it up to a larger one. But when you are intending to do a PhD, a sample size should be a little broader and it should have a better spread of people, maybe like Karnataka or a bigger group which can improvise on your idea. So what are the different avenues of research for you? Multidisciplinary grant. Recently we had a ANRF grant, Anusadhan National Research Foundation, which provides 30 crore, up to 30 crore for interdisciplinary works. So the ideas which we thought about, which has real impact to the society, can be aimed at. Then we have research grants like ICSSR. There is a grant open right now for family and family systems. You can identify, learn about it, and go and apply for this grant. Then you can, then you have travel grants. If you want to travel abroad, in a grant which government provides, you have ICSSR, AICT, UGC, DST and DBT, Department of Science Technology, Department of Biotechnology from the Government of India for the science people. Okay? To conduct workshops in your institute which you can start small. ICSSR provides grants up to 15 lakhs where you can plan a grant, plan a workshop in your respective institution, invite researchers, you get a grant for that. Start it small, okay? Keep yourself updated and keep checking websites repeatedly. Every day you need to invest your time. So they mentioned about, I was a visiting scholar in Malaysia. I am a very avid reader. I read every day, I keep myself updated to know what opportunities are coming. It will not come to my mailbox telling you come. I have to search for it. And that's where I got that opportunity when I started deeply looking forward for visiting scholar opportunities to get an international perspective about research. Okay. A good indicator of research growth is A, B, C, D. B, increasing number of citations and collaboration is a very important aspect. Which habit contributes most of being a good researcher? A, B, C, D. Reading regularly and critically is very important in research. Okay, let's come out of the fear from I don't know where to start, from today at least, to just start with curiosity. I am not an expert. To research is learning and knowing. What if I fail? To every step is a progress, right? I don't have time. Small steps at a time. Small steps, micro habits. I'm not telling today write a research paper. Small efforts which you have to plan in your daily tracker. Okay. So what are the tips which I usually see when we tell we have to practice it. So this is what we keep as an agenda. Set yearly research goals. If I'm talking about yearly research goals, it's not about I want to do PhD in Harvard University or something like aiming. You can definitely aim, but we should know from how to start it. So before I start it, whether it's in form of publication, what is my target this year? Publication, grant, conference, or organizing a workshop. This you have to plan for this upcoming 6 months. What is that I'm going to initiate? Okay? Identify the target journals and conference and grant calls which are coming. You should keep checking what are the grant opportunities available right now for you. Then update your CV and research profile constantly. Tomorrow your application will only be looked at your research credentials. In another few years, it's only research. They will not look at how many subjects you taught, how many research papers you did, how many grants you bought. It's already happening in our institutions, but of course it will slowly come down to all of you all. Okay? And a goal, maybe if you are interested, whether I can take up this big decision of doing a PhD. That is where the collaboration comes. Building collaboration and networking from someone beyond your institution, not within your institution. Okay, someone from Manipal, someone from IIT, someone from one connection who can help you improvise. Any disciplines, maybe a scientist, maybe an NGO, maybe a company, maybe anyone, how we can plan and initiate this activity. So this is what is my sincere request, because as a youngster, research has given me bread, food, shelter, everything. And it will definitely help everybody, especially the young researchers who are just like from 25 to 40, whoever are there, please do not ignore the concept of it. Others, at least you have, you have time. But us, it is high time we involve in research. It's very, very important. Okay? So learn a new tool from YouTube in any area of your interest. I want to know, go deeper into nanotechnology, I will learn. I will not wait for a guru to just come and stand and tell, this is what, take the book. Nobody will do that. We have to explore our own. Even in PhD, it's not like guide will tell everything. No, that stops in PG. PhD, you have to explore. Guide is only to guide. Sometimes you have to know you have to earn that through your own knowledge and skills. Okay, please break the fear of research. To people who have never thought about it, did it make a little difference? Yes or no? Yes? Okay, thank you. Okay, now let's talk about the UG fraternity, which is my topic. If we do not talk about the faculty part, then how to talk about the UG? So first, respect to the faculty and now to the students. We know in India today, we have 80% of higher education population who are undergraduates, right? So undergraduates are those who are who are going to shape our nation. So how do we have to cater? So what are the challenges faced by our UG students right now? What is that they're facing? What challenges are UG students? You all are dealing with them. What is the challenge they are facing? Mobile, social media, then no focus in class. Concentration, good. No communication, no respect. Yes, why this is happening is because of the social media influence. So first is social comparison and fear of missing out. If I do not post it, if I do not get 50 likes, that means that person doesn't like me. Pressure on mental health is deteriorating because of the social media impact. Nobody is liking me. Nobody is talking to me, right? You are dealing with such a, culture students, the students how we were to the students whom you are dealing right now is a generation gap, right? Information overload. They want to focus only for 3 seconds, like how a reel is. Beyond that, they can't focus. They can't. It's the same with my students. Immediately, they will look down to see a phone or something like that. They don't want to focus because their mind is like, what next? Where to go? What to do? That's it. The focus and the interest level is completely coming down. Comparison with others. right? These days parents may not compare, but students themselves are comparing that I'm not good, I'm not that, I'm not this, and that is leading to many other mental health issues and isolation or loneliness. For some people who are suffering mentally, this could be a biggest problem. This pool of students we have in a class. So now it's high time how we can make them come out of all these things and make them feel creative. So here, why UG research matters and why Mahe is emphasizing on this aspect is the power to doubt should be given to students. Today students don't need a classroom to come and learn. They have everything on ChatGPT. 5 minutes only, principle of management Haley, it'll give. 5 minutes only, microfinance, tell me, it'll give. 5 minutes, everything is delivered to him. But what is the role of a teacher? A teacher is the one who can make the class creative, innovative, and make them think. And that activity should happen right from today. Okay? So here is the power, the courage to question. We should ask students to question. And the habit of discovery. I have planned some, small activities which you can take up in class if you are interested. Always believe in limited critical thinking should always lead to inquiry-based learning in class. Inquiry, asking questions like what, why, how. Peer pressure should lead to positive peer groups. Poor time management to structured deadlines in class. Poor communication skills to communication embedded. We can't tell our students don't speak because we are not giving them opportunity to speak in a class, which we have to push. They do not know English. English is not a barrier today. Any language, because NEP itself is talking, you can have publications in all multiple languages. Teaching can happen in the, mother tongue. And then stress and overthinking, mindfulness and flexibility. The art of coming to the present moment has to start in the class. We talk about yoga, we talk about exercise, we talk about everything. But daily we have to instill that habit in students. Very difficult. But at least tell them the importance, because we need to keep telling them, we need to keep practicing that. Unless we don't do that, it really affects. Because when you're doing multiple things, we should do some amount of at least 5 minutes of breathing exercise which can improve our mental health. Okay? So how can promote UG research in a class? Open-ended questions in classroom. So these are the prompts which you can use in the classroom, like ignite curiosity with open-ended questions like why, how, what. Every day you have to ask questions to students. Why, how, when, where. So when you question them, keep their mobile, no mobile zone, no mobile. Without mobile, they are supposed to think creatively. And examples of what new experiment could help us understand plant growth. If at all you're thinking about a science research, how you can improvise on the plant growth. Students should think and answer. It is easy to search in ChatGPT, 100 solutions will come. But a student should think. Every day, please take one question. You search on ChatGPT, take that question to class. Take that question to class, put it, and last 5 minutes is a time for thinking, creativity. And that will improve, even if it is language, even if it is any subject, one question, why this author, why Shakespeare could think about it at this perspective, why not in this? Make students think. So you will get multiple ideas from that. So no mobile zone in class. We can't tell that because suddenly they will use it, they will find ways to use it. But your activity should make them not use the mobile phone. And that planning should happen in the class. I do respect the academic responsibility, all of us. Subject load, we have to manage it. But we should know that they should be made thoughtful, creative, and research-centric. And this is the vision of NEP 2020. Okay? Use tips like what lessons can we learn from. These are the probes you can use or prompts which you can use in classroom. How would some aspect of it could change if it was applied differently. You can put questions like that and search on ChatGPT. So please make it a point every day, one question to a class which can make students be more creative. Okay. And here you can start every class with a research moment. What is a research moment? I will read a news article and explain that in class about my topic, about my study, not something else. Okay? And maybe data, local issue which is happening, we will discuss it in the class. So that can, not that you all are not doing it, but if it's not happening, just trying to tell you can do it more rigorously. Okay, these are the kinds of different topics you can give to students to improvise on their skill sets. One, brand preferences of local snacks or beverages, which a BBA BCom student can look at, or BSc can look at, test water quality in nearby ponds. Ask students to go and do that research. You collaborate with the team and push your students to do this kind of a research. Social science and humanity, documenting local folk stories or community traditions. Today we speak about Dakshina Kannada being so culturally strong with Daivaradhane. How many books are there on Daivaradhane today? How many of our students are aware of these things? Manipal has initiated a folklore where we are trying to do a research on Tulunada culture. But how much of our students are interested in going and doing something for the society? One point of time, the people who would who would tie this Bhuta Kolas will not exist because nobody is ready to take up that as a profession. It's not that, because they are facing so much of hardships. And how we know they are facing hardship? Because we are doing research on that. We are understanding the pulse of the people, because they are not being benefited. They are not getting good government support. Because during one point of season, during RT, they do not have any, anything where they can earn money. Right? And today it has become like a grand cultural event, because it's our culture, it's our tradition which we have to respect and motivate our students to take this up as research projects, to think, to make it creative and to do something to the locality. Environmental science, record and analyze air quality. Psychology, do a short survey on stress levels among students. So this is what you can plan ideas. Of course, I need not tell what ideas are. ChatGPT will give you the best of the best ideas. But please do validate it, whether it is suitable to my culture, whether it's suitable to my, society, and how I can improvise on it. Okay? Then comes the mentorship models. So in the classroom, you can have junior-senior mentorship. You can have group team mentorship. You can have interdisciplinary mentorship, where you can involve a BBA student, a BCA student, a BSc student, and give them a project. First, the faculty should speak to themselves and initiate what kind of a project can be given to students. So now you will talk, ma'am, we do not have time for all of these things. Any of one day in a week can be given this importance. Okay? So this is absolutely to your level, where how you can involve it, but these are the tips which we can give. Okay? Then moving on to research clubs and cells. Usually when we want to do some sort of activities, this can be started small, where we can give research idea clinics. In a week, one day, a idea clinic where student comes, presents some ideas, what is happening in the local community, how we can. For them, we need not focus on Nobel Prize. For them, it is only making them think, making them thought-provoking, making them giving a chance to speak, improving their personality. Okay? Journal club sessions, where they can read one journal paper, which we do in Manipal, and we will ask the students multiple questions and make them think. That gets them, you can give that paper. Google Scholar, one paper, download, give it to students on your subject, on your topic, so that they can read it and come. And no mobiles that day, just have discussion on that presentation, that topic. So this can improvise their thinking ability. Okay. So what is the role of a faculty in this? You are making them critical thinkers, you're making them questioners, you're making them source checking, you make them problem solving, and also you recognize and celebrate small achievements in class. Anyways, maybe in a weekly activity or maybe in annual day, give them some small achievements. And then moving on to one more, identify research-oriented topics for PhD if you're interested in taking it up to the next level. Again, a disclaimer, AI is just an assistant, not a final solution. It's not a creator. It can hallucinate things. It can give imaginary things. Please do not depend on AI. Take support from AI. Minimize your workload by AI by learning some things, but do not, see, you want to learn a subject called as ecology. And I'm a commerce and management student. I don't know what is ecology. I will ask ChatGPT, can you give me in 150 words what is ecology? It will give me can you give me some references from which books should I refer? It's making my life easier instead of me going to Google search and searching it manually. Okay, now the most important aspect is how Mahe can support, how Mahe can help you in any of these aspects. I work for the Center for Doctoral Studies, where I take care of the technology and humanities, social science, where some of you all would have met me, we would have interacted for the PhD programs. The call is open for PhDs. If you want to register, identify a guide from respective institutions of your choice. Through your PhD coordinators, every institute has a PhD coordinators. Through them, have a word with the HOI of our institution and take it up. So definitely you will be able to do. If you come and identify and have a good collaboration with the people around, so that your topic aligns. So when you are coming, please do some ground research and come. You should study something and come for that topic. You can't just come just like, I'm interested in doing PhD. If you're not prepared, you can do it in the next cycle. But come with ground research. Like, identify some topic, do some background search, and come and discuss. When you're discussing with your guide, you should question the guide. How we can change, what we can do. And that's where the confidence comes to take you. So that's where you can't just come and stand and tell, ma'am, please take us. No. Come with sound support, sound research, sound background. And that happens when you invest 5 minutes daily in the topic of your choice. Okay? And then we have Directorate of Research, where we have multiple aspects which we are looking at it: publication, grants, patents. So if at all you want any kind of workshops through our administrative officer here, sir can, we can coordinate and we can ask you to come down to our institution where we can host certain workshops. How to write a publication, how to write a research proposal, how to write a grant. We can, for the interested people who want to take research seriously. If you come out with a proposal, we will definitely support you. Okay? And then we have Mahe library facilities, where once you become part of the PhD scholar thing, you'll be accessible, because you will get an email ID where you'll be accessible to all the resources which we have. And you can also publish in all the open access publications which we have. Guide will sensitize you on how to do it. Okay? We have also Mahe incubators, where you can plan if you want to have any entrepreneurial activities. If you have any idea, early idea, you can come to Mahe bio incubators, where they'll give you some sort of ideas how to build that business opportunity. Okay? And then the most important aspect today is the Sustainable Development Goal contribution. So what is this SDG, if you have heard of it? Sustainable Development Goals is being proposed by the United Nations. It is the mission for 2030, where we have 17 goals. If at all you are doing any research, your research should focus on these 17 goals, like no poverty, good education, healthy mindset, and anywhere, whenever you're doing your research, you should align to this. Are you focusing on SDG 5, gender equality? Are you focusing on clean water and sanitation? So you need to support that through the SDG contribution. Even if you're writing grant application, if you mention the SDG that you are supporting this mission, there are high chances of it getting accepted. That you are contributing to the universe's cause, the global agenda. So how to use SDGs? So if you're studying rural livelihoods, the SDG 1, no poverty, decent work. Also ensure that if you're writing a paper, the keywords which you're using should have this SDG, climate change, no poverty. That time what happens is your paper gets linked to that SDG and you will get mileage on that you are contributing to the SDG field. So today we have in all the ranking metrics importance given to SDG contribution. Okay? So SDG plays a very important role even in your grants, publication, wherever you're going. Even if you're writing a proposal tomorrow for your PhD, or maybe talking to students regarding that, please highlight on because the entire world is talking of sustainable development goals. Okay? So as time constraints, any questions from your end? Anything related to PhD, how to start? I'm here to answer that. We can come back again if you have any ideas in mind. If you want any sort of more, we are ready to support you. Any questions? Yes? No questions? Yes.
Yeah, my name is Divya. I have already completed PhD,
Yes.
but when I wanted to get a ORCID ID, so they require organization ID, which I don't have. So if it is possible to provide through AG, it's my request, so that we will get that membership as an editor.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Through Directorate of Research, we can actually take this proposal ahead, whether we can include that aspect. So we'll just make a point regarding this, so that we'll make note of it. So.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Only Mangalore University is reflected under this thing. Your institution is not reflected. Yeah. Yes. Any questions? Yes? Yeah? Yes? Paper copy. ORCID ID is like Aadhaar card. That is a 11-digit number which you have to have when you're publishing in Scopus Index publication. Any questions? Yes, ma'am. Huh.
Mahe is sponsoring for many of the journals, categories, but I request if educational interdisciplinary research is included based on school education. We are not getting many options as such now.
It is there, ma'am. Interdisciplinary works,
But not
journals are there.
funded. No, listed, but not funded.
Not funded, but
Yeah.
it is part of Mahe funding, especially in Taylor and Francis, Sage. We have multidisciplinary journals like Sage Open, Cogent, that kind of a journals which accept school education also. Then we have adolescence health. The only thing is we have to filter it to your specific area. I
Yeah.
think maybe they have not sensitized you on that, but there is a provision. We will definitely talk to the...
Yeah, actually we have the subscription for more than 11 this one. Okay, in that more than 30,000 journals are there.
Okay, sir.
As madam told, no, you have to filter it. It is there.
Okay.
As per your domain, you have to select that particular thing.
We are getting Q3. Usually Q1, Q2 journals are... okay.
No, totally subscription for the 11 this one publishers.
Okay, sir.
So that there is, as it told, no, there is a open access and hybrid.
Okay.
Both are there.
Doesn't it require affiliation? Suppose my PhD once I complete, the Madhav Kripa affiliation is not going to help me to submit articles to journals.
Yes, you will be submitting it as a department, but larger institution will Manipal Academy of Higher Education.
Okay.
So that will be the institution based on what you will be assigning to. Okay.
Can it be continued after the completion also?
Yes, because you are part of Manipal group. Manipal Academy of Higher Education only will be taken into consideration because that helps in the ranking of the Mahe group. There is
I
no
understand.
separate, or else you have to tag it to Mangalore University.
Yeah.
So either because you are an institution, there is a broader university, it is either Mangalore University or Manipal Academy of Higher Education.
Yeah.
You fall under AGS, so that comes under Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Yeah, you can have dual affiliation also, but their problem is Madhav Kripa is not listed, sir.
Yes, yes.
It is not listed in that.
We don't belong to Mahe.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
It's not there.
Ma'am, we will take this up, sir. If they have to start publishing,
Sure,
that has
sure.
to be included in the
Sure.
Scopus page.
Right.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I will
Yes.
take it.
Any questions from the last benches? Yes, yes, ma'am. Satish, sir. 2 minutes.
Hello, ma'am. I'm
Yes,
Ashwini. I'm from MGM. My thing is, basically, our students are really very good in writing in Kannada
Kannada.
or Hindi.
Yes.
And a certain extent in Sanskritam. The thing is, we try to give them some questionnaire, give the idea of research, and ask them to go around, pick some opinion, and we made small essay kind of thing. Now the problem is when it comes to this linguistics, where do we publish, ma'am?
Ma'am, we have separate book chapters. And we have books like Springer, Taylor and Francis, which are reputed databases where you can think of publishing. There are specific books which accept Kannada, Sanskrit. So you can target that. You need not focus on Scopus because linguistics and language doesn't have Scopus indexation. So in Mahe, we have a separate guidelines for social sciences domain where we encourage people to take up research which is, focused, but not in Scopus.
Okay. Ma'am, one more question.
Yes.
So basically in Mahe what happens is if we have to go collect data outside, we should get the ethical clearance.
Consideration.
And what do we do, ma'am, as AG college, if at all we want to collaborate with other departments and make a paper and publish it? Basic thing is these days I have seen in some of the journals where without ethical clearance,
definitely.
they will not publish.
They will not
There
publish.
will be like something like desk rejection. So what do we do, ma'am? Do we have any way out of this?
So, ma'am, if you have a collaboration with Mahe, if any faculty is associated, they can take the responsibility of doing this ethical consideration to you. If not, you should have an ethics department set up in your department. Because even if you are publishing, you should have an ethical department because it's a part of NEP mission. You can have a word with our officer whether we can have a common AG ethical office where we can clear their documents for all the because they are going to start writing papers now. Ethical is mandatory now for publication. They do not accept papers without ethical.
Yeah, that's why if we have something for AG,
Yeah.
that would be really great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now with sir's support, we can definitely think of planning that. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
That's it.
Any questions? Okay.
Yeah, what you told about the ethical clearance, no, again depending on the topic, which type of ethical clearance. Okay, I'm from the pharmacology department, I have an ethical committee that's called animal experiments, number one. And the second one is depending upon if you want to conduct any survey and all those things, for that also you require ethical clearance. And the third one is if you want to do any clinical trials or clinical related one, no, for that we have to take the ethical clearance from the respective hospitals. Okay, now the ethical clearance, and also if you are using any biosafety and REDIC type of materials in your project, then you have to take one more ethical clearance or certificates from the biosafety committee. So okay, these are some of the committees and ethical clearance, and based on the topic you can decide. Okay, thank you.
From the social science perspective, like from the commerce or management, other people, if you're getting a questionnaire outside, you should see through it that it is not harming the human participants. So that is the agenda which we look forward when we are doing research. Taking an informed consent, whether she is interested in filling the questionnaire. If her consent is not there, I should not be involving her. I have to tell, my research is so and so. Are you willing to participate in my research? If she's interested, then I can take her. So please ensure that there is informed consent in your research, whether they are willing to participate or not. Okay, and not harming the interventions, any sort of human participants or animal in your research, and that is the main agenda of ethical consideration. Also, we have to understand that researchers can't be confidential. It can be anonymous because the research is going to go to some book, some conference, some publication, but you can maintain anonymity without telling who it is, what it is, which company, where and how. So this can be done, but confidentiality can't be maintained to that extent in research. Anonymity can be maintained because experiments findings you have to tell. Survey results you have to give. Somewhere you can hide the names of them, but you can't hide the results from anything. Okay? So I will end out with one thought. This is not a question to you. If we only teach what is already known, where will new knowledge be born? ನಾವು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ತಿಳಿದಿರುವುದನ್ನೇ ಕಲಿಸಿದರೆ ಹೊಸ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹುಟ್ಟುತ್ತೆ. So this is something for you to think over and think about it and keep thinking that we are shaping the future, how we can improvise on the new knowledge. Like how AI has come is not just come, it's a new knowledge. How we can think. As teachers, it's our responsibility. With this, I hope I could make a meaningful difference in today's session. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much for considering me for this session. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for such an enlightening session. May I request you to come on to the dais. I now request Shri K. Abhay Jain, Chairman of SMC Governing Council, to present a memento as a token of gratitude and appreciation to Dr. Ankita Shetty. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Now I request Ms. Prajna, Department of English, to proceed the next.
Holistic education begins where information ends and values take root. Good afternoon, one and all present here. As we move on, the next session is on values-based and holistic education focused on encouraging faculty-guided student research. This talk will be delivered by Dr. Satish Kumar, Professor, Manipal School of Commerce and Economics. On behalf of our institution, I extend a gracious welcome to Dr. Satish Kumar and request him onto the stage. Dr. Satish Kumar currently serves as Assistant Research Director and Associate Professor at the Manipal School of Commerce and Economics, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Mahe, Manipal. He is also the head of the Center for Economics and Social Networking, where he leads initiatives focused on inclusive economic development, financial literacy, women's empowerment, and rural sports development. Honored with the Best Teacher Award 2011-12 at the Manipal School of Banking, Dr. Kumar is also a sought-after trainer who has conducted many programs for Konkan Railway, Mahi staff, and many more. With a career that blends academic rigor, policy relevance, and social impact, his research interests span financial inclusion, gender economics, and so on. His vision is to bridge academic, policy, and grassroots communities through impactful research, consultancy, and capacity-building initiatives. Due to the time constraint, we have reduced your introduction. We are very sorry for that. I request Dr. Chinnaswamy, Sir, Department of Kannada, to present a bouquet to Dr. Satish Kumar. Thank you, sir. Now it's my pleasure to hand over the session to Dr. Satish Kumar. Over to you, sir.
ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದರು ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿ. ಹಿಂದಿನ ಬೆಂಚ್ನವರನ್ನು ಹೋಗಿ ನಾನು ಆಗ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಕೆಲವರು ಫೋಟೋವನ್ನು ಝೂಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಕೆಲವು ಫೋಟೋವನ್ನು ಎಡಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. So many things are happening. I'm very happy that ಇದೊಂದು ಮದುವೆಯ ವಾತಾವರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನೇನಾದ್ರೂ ತಪ್ಪಿ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಥವಾ ನೀವು ತಪ್ಪಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. I don't know, but I will try. 30 minutes is my given time. Full ಪೈಸಾ ವಸೂಲ್. 25 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಯ ಬದುಕನ್ನ ವಿತೌಟ್ GST ನಿಮಗೆ ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನಿವತ್ತು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಇನ್ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್. ಐ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್ ಯುರೋಪ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಇಯರ್ ವಿತ್ ಅ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್ ಗೈಡ್ ಹೂ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಲೈಫ್ ವಿತ್ ಡೈರಿ ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮೊ. ನಾನು PUC ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಡಿಡ್ ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮೊ ಇನ್ ಡೈರಿ ಸೈನ್ಸ್. I worked as a dairy supervisor for 1 year. I was a student of Gurukul, Siddhavana Gurukula. When I come to graduation, all the subjects are in English: history, economics, psychology. ಗುರುಕುಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನದ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಟೀಚರ್, ನನ್ನ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೇಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರಾಯಶಃ ಅವ್ರು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆಯುವಾಗ ಅವರನ್ನು ಝೂಮ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ನನ್ನ ಜೂನಿಯರ್ಸು ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಟೀಚರು ಯುಟಿಲಿಟಿ ಅಂತ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಷ್ಟಿಗುಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾನು ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ನೋಡಿದ್ರು, ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಪ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು, ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್? ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಹೈನುಗಾರಿಕೆ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದ ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮಾ ಡೈರಿ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಕನ್ನಡ, economics, history and psychology in English. Sudden transition, ಹಟ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ನೇರ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ. ಮೇಷ್ಟ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನಿನ್ನ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಏನು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಹೈನುಗಾರಿಕೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಅವರೊಂದು ಚಂದದ ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಐ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಮೈ ಟೀಚರ್. ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ದನ ಸಾಕುವವರು ನೀವು ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬರುವುದು ಅಂತ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ತಪ್ಪಿಲ್ಲ. ದನ ಸಾಕುವವರು ಅರ್ಥಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂತ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕುಂಟು? ನಂಬ್ತಿರೋ ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಇವತ್ತು ನೀವು ನಗಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ನಾನು ಸೀದಾ ಗುರುಕುಲಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದೆ. 1/4 ಗಂಟೆ ಹತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕೆ? 60 ಜನ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಮುಂದೆ, ಅದು ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಮುಂದೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನ ದನ ಸಾಕ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಫಿಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಒಂದು ಡೈರಿ ತಗೊಂಡೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಆ ಡೈರಿ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸಂಕಲ್ಪ ತಗೊಂಡೆ, ಯಾವ ಮೇಷ್ಟು ನನಗೆ ಇಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ ನಾನು ಟಾಪರ್ ಆಗ್ತೇನೆ. ಆದರೆ ಭೀಷ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿಜ್ಞೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸುಲಭ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಸರ್, ಆದರೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷಿನಿಂದ ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬರೆಯೋದು ಸುಲಭ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ಲೇಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಪ್ರತಿ ದಿನ ಬರೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಪ್ರತಿ ದಿನ ಓದೋದು ಬರೆಯೋದು. ನನ್ನ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೇಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ ನಗಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಕಿಂಡರ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಹುಡುಗ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗುರುಕುಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. 1 ವರ್ಷ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ತುಂಬ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಣ್ತುಂಬ ಓದಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಬೋರ್ಡಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ರಿಸಲ್ಟಿಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಟೀಚರ್ ಕೂಡ ನಿಂತು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹೀಗೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ರು. ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಅ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಟಾಪರ್ ಇನ್ ಇಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್. ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ಮೇಷ್ಟ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಯು ಆರ್ ದ ಸತೀಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಹೌದು. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಯಾಣ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೇಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ, ಅವಳು ಎದುರಲ್ಲೇ ಸತ್ಯ ಹೇಳೋದು. 3 years ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಸಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಡಲ್ಲ. ಅವರಿಗೂ ನನಗೀಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಯಾರದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಡೋಂಟ್ ವರಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ನಕ್ಕರೆ ನಂಗೆ ಸಂತೋಷ. ಯಾಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಅವರ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಇನ್ ಆಸ್ಟ್ರೋ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲಿಂಗ್. ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ಯು ನೋ ದಿಸ್. ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಪಿನ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಸೈಲೆನ್ಸ್. ಮೇಷ್ಟ್ರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಖುಷಿ ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಸ್ಟ್ರೋ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲಿಂಗ್. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಅಶ್ವತ್ಥಾಮ ಅತಕ್ಕುಂಜರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಗುರು ದ್ರೋಣಾಚಾರ್ಯರವರ ಶರೀರವನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇಟ್ಟು ಭೌತಿಕ ಶರೀರವನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಸ್ಟ್ರೋ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಓ ಅಶ್ವತ್ಥಾಮ ಬದುಕಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಅಂತ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬರುವಾಗ ಅವನ ಶರೀರವನ್ನ ನಿರ್ನಾಮ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಹಾಗೆ ಹೀಗೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಮೇಷ್ಟಿಗೆ ಖುಷಿ ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಹೊರಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಬಾರಿ ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಉಂಟು, ಆ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಆನಂತರ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನರ ಮಂಡೆ ಹೀಗೆ ನಿಂತಿದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನರ ಮಂಡೆ ಹೀಗೆ ನಿಂತಿದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನರ ಹೀಗೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದೆ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಸಡನ್ ತಿರುಗಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರು, ಇವೆಂತ ನೋಡ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ಇದು ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದೆ ನಾನು. ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಎಸ್ ಸರ್. ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಇವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಉಳಿದವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪಾಠ ಶುರು ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು, 1 ಗಂಟೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಳೋದು ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಆರ್ಜಿಯಾ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ನಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆಗಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಲೆಂಡರ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಇದ್ರೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಇಟ್. ಹೈನುಗಾರಿಕೆಗೆ ಫಿಟ್ ಆದಂತಹ ಹುಡುಗ ಇವತ್ತು ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಯುರೋಪಿಗೆ ಫೆಲೋಶಿಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಹಾಗೆ ನೀವು ಕೂಡ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಳ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ 2005ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈ ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ ವಾಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ 3,600 rupees ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ಲೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ 6%. 3,600 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ತಿಂಗಳ ಸಂಬಳ. ಅದು ಜಾಬ್ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ SC ST ಪೋಸ್ಟ್. ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವತ್ತಾದ್ರೂ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಥ್ರೋನ್ ಔಟ್. ಓಪನ್ ಡಿಕ್ಲರೇಷನ್. ಎಸ್ ಸರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಸಂಬಳ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಕೈ ತುಂಬ ಸಂಬಳ ಸಿಗದೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಬಿಡಿ, ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಜಾಬ್, ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ. ವಾಟ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಬಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್. ಇವತ್ತು ಕೈ ತುಂಬ ಸಂಬಳ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮಾಯೆ ಸಂಬಳ ಹೇಳಬಾರ್ದು, ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳ ವಯಸ್ಸು ಕೇಳಬಾರ್ದು. ಆದರೆ ನನ್ನ HR ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೇಳಿ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಗೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇನ್ ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್. ಅಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಐ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್ ಗ್ರಾಂಟ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಆರ್ಡಿನರಿ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್. ಐ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಇನ್ Brussels. I was talking to Deputy Prime Minister of Belgium. He was talking to me and appreciating me because entire that continent, only one Indian was presenting a paper on financial literacy. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ ಇಂಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ವಿಟಮಿನ್ M. ಹೌದಾ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಗ್ರಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಕೊಡಿ. ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಈಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸಸೈಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಹಾರ್ಟ್. ನಾನು ಆಗ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ 500 ಜನ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗ್ರೂಪಿಸಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಐ ಅಪ್ರಿಷಿಯೇಟ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್. ಅವ್ರು ಮೊದಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ವೆನ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ದೇರ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ ವೆಲ್. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಕೊಡಿ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಟೀಮ್ ವರ್ಕ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ನಾವು ಪೋಯರ ಅಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಎನಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಶಿಳ್ಳೆ ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಹೇಳಬೇಡಿ, ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಶಿಳ್ಳೆ ಹೊಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಡಿ. ಸಾರಿ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಕನ್ನಡ. ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ದ ಟಾಪಿಕ್. ತುಂಬ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಕಳೆದೋಯ್ತು. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ 3,600 ರೂಪಾಯಿಯಿಂದ ಲಕ್ಷಗಟ್ಟಲೆ ಸಂಬಳ, ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಫೇಮಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಮಣಿಪಾಲ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೆ. ದರ್ ವಾಸ್ ಅ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್. ನನ್ನ ಡೀನ್ ಕರೆದೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ ಅ ಡಿಪ್ರೆಷನ್, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾತಾಡು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಅವ ಹೇಳ್ದ, ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ರಿಕ್ರೂಟೆಡ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ICICI ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನೋ ಅಬ್ಲಿಗೇಷನ್ಸ್. ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ಮೈ ಡೀನ್ ಸೆಡ್ ಯು ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ಟು ಹಿಮ್. ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದೆ. ವೈ ಆರ್ ಯು ಲೀವಿಂಗ್ ದ ಕೋರ್ಸ್? ಈ ಸೈಡ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಟು ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ಲೋಸ್. ಅಂಡ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ 18 ನಂತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೇಳುವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಅಡಲ್ಟ್. ಮೈ ಡಾಟರ್ ಎಟ್ 10, ಇಫ್ ಐ ಸೇ ರೋಡ್ ಸೈಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗೋ ಜಾಗ್ರತೆ, ಅಪ್ಪ ಐ ಆಮ್ 10 years old. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್, ನನ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ವಯಸ್ಸು. ದಿಸ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಸೆಡ್ ನೋ. ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಹಿಮ್ 5 minutes, that gentleman revealed his story. The story was simple. This boy was from Lucknow. He fell in love with a girl. After 6 months, that separation happened, and another girl came in his life. At that time, first girl started jealousy. She come to this boy and said, no, you stop loving her because she is my jealousy. This boy said, I will not. And this girl committed a suicide. Sorry. After 10 days of this incident, her father also died out of the tension. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಮೇಲೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಸಿ ನೀವು ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡವರು ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾಣನ ಇಡಬೇಡಿ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ದ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೇಟರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಸೆಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಪೇರೆಂಟಿಂಗ್. ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಪ್ಲಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ, the kids are doing something and the parents' BP sugar is going up and down. It means prana pakshi ello kutkondide. He was telling, sir, I thought of coming to Bangalore to change the weather. Now I am sitting in the classroom also. These 2 people only coming to me and say, you are responsible for our death. I said, give me 1 night. I do a lot of magic. I can teach you, but I don't have a time now. Thank you. Now, I did one small process. Next day morning, I called this boy and said, how do you feel? He said, I'm okay. I trained him for writing a conference paper. Please note, I trained him how to write a conference paper. He presented a paper in the first semester, which was appreciated by RBI governor. I was the co-author. And the moment identity comes, this boy's life completely changed. Today he has wrote one book, Dear I Hate You, and that become a famous autobiography of this boy, and it is also converting into Hollywood movie. And today he is a director of one institute. In that movie, in that book, he has wrote about me saying that angels are there. He changed my name from Satish Kumar to some Satvik Sharma without asking my copyright. I'm okay with that. Now please remember, how many of you are having a WhatsApp in your mobile phone? Please raise your hands. I know, please hands up. Yen ashtu udasina. Thank you. How many of you post in WhatsApp? ಅಥವಾ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ. How many of you? Thank you. Please see this crowd. Now tell me, how many of you are having a LinkedIn account? ಹಿಂದೆ ತಿರುಗಿ ನೋಡಿ ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತ. very few accounts, and thank you. ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಲಿಂಕ್ಡ್ಇನ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದ ಹ್ಯಾಬಿಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಇನ್ ಅ ಮಂತ್? ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕೋ ಅದು ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಟೆಲ್ ಯು ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಯು ವಿಸಿಟೆಡ್ ದಿಸ್, ನೋ? Take some photos and put somewhere in LinkedIn that I had a privilege to attend. And please quote my name also, because I'm very active in LinkedIn, so that what is the advantage? Last year, I got 2 offers for the professor post from some university from Bangalore. My colleague is also there, therefore I'm not telling everything. No, she's my friend. I asked a simple question. I have not applied. Who has given my CV to you? Simple answer. We are following your LinkedIn post. That's it. Everything is there. AI will write and left, right. If you write Satish Kumar, Center for Economics and Social Networking, it will give my full biodata and what are the work I have done. Everything is visible. Please remember, ಯಾರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸಂಬಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಥವಾ ಇದೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನನ್ನ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. When I was in 3,600 rupees per month, full time faculty, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಇದೆ, ಇಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸ್ಕೋಪ್ ಉಂಟು. ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ, ಇವತ್ತಿನವರೆಗೂ ಸ್ಕೋಪ್ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಇಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ, ಅವರು ಇಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಟೀಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಕ್ಯೂರಿಯಾಸಿಟಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆದರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ please remember, I was going in a bike with my student in a college. ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬ ರಿಕ್ಷಾದವ ಬಂದು ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ರೋಡಿಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದೆ. ರೋಡಿಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿದ್ರು, ಊರವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿದ್ರು. ಮಾಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ಗೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಇಡೀ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದ್ರು. ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಿಂದ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದ್ರು. ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಗೆಂದ್ರೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲಿಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮೆನು ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್, ಯೂರಿನ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್, ಆ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್, ಈ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಆಗುವಾಗ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬಂತು. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಬಿ ವರಿಡ್, ಪೇ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ 3,600 rupees. ಸಂಬಳ ಎಷ್ಟು? 3,600. ಪೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದೆಷ್ಟು? 3,600. ಆ ದಿವಸ ತಲೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಒಂದು ಬೆಚ್ಚಾಯಿತು. ಎಂತ? ಈ ಸಂಬಳ ಸಾಕಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಮದುವೆ ಆಗೋದು ಬಿಡಿ, ನನಗೆ ನಾನು ಬದುಕಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಂತ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಅಂದಾಗ ಐ ಚೇಂಜ್ಡ್ ಮೈ ಥಾಟ್. ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ದಿಸ್. ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನಂತ ನೀವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿ ಏನೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಐ ವೆಂಟ್ ಟು ಮ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್, took 500 rupees from my friend. I purchased a Peter England shirt, ಹೊಸತ್. I wear and felt the power of money. Yes, and within 3 months, I got a call for, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಬರ್ತದೆ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಓದಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. I also read there's a call for in TA Pi Management Institute, TAPME Manipal. I went. Entering into TAPME itself is a fear. At that time, I'm talking about 2007, not now. Now nobody enter, right? 2007, they called for interview. I went. And they selected me also. My salary jumped from 3,600 to 25,000 rupees per month. ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಕೊಡಿ, ಸಂಬಳ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಯಿತು. The moment I reached TAPME Manipal, I realized ನನ್ನ ಪೊಸಿಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತಿರುಗಿ ನೋಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಮೈ ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ ವಾಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಎ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿ ಮೀಟರ್. ವೆಂಟ್ ಆನ್ ಜಂಪಿಂಗ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್. 2015 onwards, thanks to Mahe giving me a fellowship to travel abroad. 17, I got a DAD academic exchange service fellowship. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮೇಲ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ HOD. There is a call for, you can write some abstract. That's all. Everybody saw the mail, put the delete. What I did was, let me think. At that time, no AI. No AI. I thought some keywords. When I started my PhD was 2002. When I was completing my MA in economics, my first paper presentation, typed copy, typewriter copy in Besant Women College, Mangalore on rural development and women. Even today, I'm specialized in gender studies. I'm happy to say that Hilda ma'am also my research student. Yes, give her a big clap. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕಲ್ತು PhD ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾ ಬೇಡವಾ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸಿ ದಟ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಸೋ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೈರ್ಡ್. ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ, ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೈರ್ಡ್ ಮೈ ಪರ್ಸನಾಲಿಟಿ. ನೋ, ಶಿ ಸೆಡ್ ಸರ್ PhD ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಂಡರಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಐ ಸೆಡ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಮ್. ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ನೋಸ್ 8 ಜನ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ 7 ಜನ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳೇ, ಒಂದು ಮಾತ್ರ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಗಂಡು ಮಗ. ಅವನು PhD ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಆಯಿತು, ಇನ್ನಿಬ್ಬರದ್ದು ಮುಗ್ದಾಗಿದೆ. ವೇಕೆನ್ಸಿ ಕೇಳಬೇಡಿ, ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಕೆಲವು ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಂದ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ಗಳು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಯು ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ದೇರ್. ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಯು ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ದೇರ್. ಸೊ ಫಸ್ಟ್, ಎರಡನೇ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್, ಟೀಚಿಂಗನ್ನು ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಹೇಗೆ? ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಮೋಟಿವೇಟೆಡ್, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಮದುವೆ ಸಂಭ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಟೋ ಎಲ್ಲ ತೆಗೆಯುವಾಗ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಸೋ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ. ಅಯ್ಯಯ್ಯೋ, ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪಲ್ಲಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಳಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಚಂದ ಮಾಡಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ವಾರ್ಷಿಕ ಸಮಾರಂಭಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಟೋ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಐ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್, ಆ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಫೋಟೋ ಇವತ್ತು ಉಂಟು. ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ, ಯಾಕೆ ಸಂಬಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ, ಮುಖದಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಚಂದ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್. And Mahe says, inspired by life. We are inspired by our own life. ಹೈನುಗಾರಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಒಬ್ಬ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಅರ್ಥಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂದರೆ ಇಂಟರ್ ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನರಿ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಅಪ್ರಿಷಿಯೇಟೆಡ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೈ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟೀಸ್. ಒನ್ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟೆಡ್ PhD. Another advocate had come with the domestic violence. I happily agreed because ಗಂಡಸರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ವಿಚಾರ domestic violence. It is one more HR from Bangalore company. She said, I want to do it. Very good, please come. It is no boundary in Mahe say that, ಓಹೋ ಫಿಸಿಕ್ಸ್ನವರು ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಟೆಲ್ ಯು, ದ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಲಾಸ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಫಿಸಿಕ್ಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ. Equilibrium we have taken from physics only. It is an interdisciplinary process. Only thing is, ನಿಮ್ಮೊಳಗಡೆ ಆಸೆ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆ ಆಸೆ ಬೇಕು? ಸಂಬಳ. ಎರಡನೇದು ಹೆಸರು. ಯಾರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ UGC ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇಗ್ನೋರ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ವೆರಿ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ 8th ಪೇ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಕೂಡ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ವರಿಡ್. ಬಟ್ ನನ್ನ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದ್ದವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ, ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಇಸ್ ಗ್ರೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್. ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಇಸ್ ಗ್ರೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್. ನಾವೆಷ್ಟು ಫಾಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೇವೆ? ಆ ಮೊಬೈಲನ್ನು ಮುಟ್ಟುವ 10% ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯವರನ್ನು ಮುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಶಿಪ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದನೋ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್, ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಎ ಟೀಚರ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ಲ, PPT ನಾನು ಮಾಡಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ ಒಬ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಇರೆಗೆ ಒರಿಂದ ತಿಕ್ಕಿನ 4 ಪದ ತಿಕ್ಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೊಂದು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಮೊದಲು ಅವ್ರು ಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಮತ್ತಲ್ಲೇ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪದ್ಯ ಸಿಗುದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಉಂಟು, ನಾನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಟೀಚರ್ ಆಗಿ ಇರೋದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಹೊಡೆಯುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಹೊಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಡಿಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಅವಸ್ಥೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಟೆಲ್ ಯು, ಬರ್ದಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮಾತನ್ನ. ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಡ್. ಯಾರಾದರೂ ರಿಟೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏಜಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರೆ ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಫ್ರೀ ಗಿಫ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಯು ಆರ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲರ್. ಮನೋವಿಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲರ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನೆದರ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ 10 ವಾರ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಒಬ್ಬರು ಬಂದು ಕೇಳಿದರು, ಸರ್ ಅದು ಸಹ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಮಾತು ಸಾಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾರ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಮಳೆಗೆ. ಅವರು ಬಂದು ಕೇಳಿದರು, ಸರ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಮುಖ ನೋಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಂತೆ, ಹೌದಾ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ನೆದರ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ನವರು. ನಾ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ನಿಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾ? ಹೌದು. ಐ ಮೇಡ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್, ಐ ಸಾ ಹಿಸ್ ಫೇಸ್, ಐ ರೆಡ್ ಹಿಸ್ one personal problem. He was shocked. ಯುಟ್ರೆಕ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದ ಹುಡುಗನಿಗೆ ಶಾಕ್. ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ದೂರದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಅನ್ನ ನೀವು ಒಂದೇ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ರೀಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ? ವೆರಿ ಸಿಂಪಲ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಖವನ್ನ ನಮಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಮುಖ ನೋಡಿ 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 ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡುವಾಗಲೇ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಆಯ ಅಂಕಿತ ನೆರೊಂದುಲ್ಲೆ ಅಂತ. ಸಾರಿ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆನು, ರೈಟ್? ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್, ವಿ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಡ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಡತನ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಬಡತನ ಖಂಡಿತ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಯು ಅಗ್ರಿ? ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಕೊಡಿ ನನಗಾಗ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಕಾಪಿ ರೈಟ್ಸ್, ವಿದೌಟ್ GST ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸೊ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಸಂಬಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆದರೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನೊಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೆ, ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ನಾಟ್ ನೇಮ್ ದ ಪರ್ಸನ್. ಒಂದು ಹುಡುಗ ತುಂಬ ನ್ಯಾಸ್ಟಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದ, ಅಂದರೆ ಮಿಸ್ಶಿಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ. ಮೈ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್. ಐ ಆಸ್ಕ್ಡ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ವೈ ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಪನಿಷ್ಡ್. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಅದು ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತುಂಟ? ಯಾರು? ಮುತ್ತಪ್ಪರಯ್ಯ ತಮ್ಮನ ಮಗ. ಆಯ್ತಾ? ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ವೆನ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ರೈಟ್, ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಅಫ್ರೈಡ್ ಆಫ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ವರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ಸ್, ಅವರ್ ಪರ್ಸನಾಲಿಟಿ. ನಾನು ಅವನು ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಹಿಡಿದು ಬಾಗಿಲು ಹಾಕಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಸಿ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಒಂದುವೇ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ನನ್ನ ತುಂಬ ಓಲಾಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾನು ತಿಕ್ಕಿಯ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು, ಮತ್ತೇನು ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅಲೌಡ್. ಯು ಬಿಲೀವ್ ಇಟ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್, ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಡೇ ಆನ್ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ he has not at all found in all this. He successfully completed his course. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬಹಳ ಬಹಳ ಸುಲಭ, ಬಹಳ ಸುಲಭ. ನೀವು ಅನಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಸರ್ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, 25 ವರ್ಷ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕರ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಟ್ರೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ವಿದೌಟ್ GST ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ, ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಫಂಡಮೆಂಟಲ್ಸ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. That is where you have to touch. Don't touch his ego, touch his intellectual capacity. Make them scratch their head. What is this madam is telling? I'll tell you, ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ವಿಲನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, 10 ವರ್ಷದ ನಂತರ ಅವನ ಆಟೋಬಯೋಗ್ರಫಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಖಂಡಿತ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಇರತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದು ಯಾವಾಗ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಲಿಂಕ್ಡ್ಇನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಜೋಕಿಂಗ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಕ್ಕಳು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ನನಗೆ ಲಿಂಕ್ಡ್ಇನ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಐ ಸಿ ದೆಮ್, ಓ ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಾ, ಕ್ಲಿಕ್. ನಾನು ಅದೇ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಹುಡುಕ್ತೇನೆ, ನೋಬಡಿ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್. ಕೆಲವರು ಇರಬಹುದು, ನಾನು ಮಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನನಗೆ ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಕಳಿಸಿ, ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಯು ಮೈ ಮೆಂಬರ್. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಕಥೆನ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೇಳಿ ನೋಡಿ ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಮುಗಿತಾ ಬಂತು. ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ ನೋಟ್ I want to say our job is very, very responsible. No doubt, ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ನಾವು ಈ ಕಾಲಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೈ ಚೆಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂಕದಾಯ ಬೋರ್ಡು ಎಂಕ ತಿಕ್ಕು ನೋಡ್ತಾನೆ ಸಂಬಳ, ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಫಿನಿಶ್ ಮೈ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಗೋ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ನೋಟ್, we are also responsible because we are in the role of teacher, faculty. Only September 5th ಬಂದು ಫ್ಲವರ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಕೇಕ್ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಬದಲು ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಡೆಮಾನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆನ್ ಅಸ್, ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆನ್ ಅಸ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಗ್ರಾಜ್ಯುಯೇಟ್, ಎಷ್ಟು ಇವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಕೆಲವೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತರ್ತೇನೆ. ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟೀಸ್ ನೀವೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಯುರೋಪ್ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಆಸೆ ಇದ್ರೆ, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ Erasmus ಆಫೀಸ್ ಇನ್ ಮಾಹೆ. Erasmus ಆಫೀಸ್ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್, ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇದೆ, ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇದೆ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ನಾನು ಭುವನೇಂದ್ರ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ಯು ವಿಸಿಟೆಡ್ ಇಂದ್ರಪ್ರಸ್ಥ ಇನ್ ಭುವನೇಂದ್ರ. ನಾನು ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ನಾನು ಇಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, 4 ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆದೆ, ಲಿಂಕ್ಡ್ಇನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. ಬಿಲೀವ್ ಇಟ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್, ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಒನ್ ರಷ್ಯನ್ ಇಕನಾಮಿಸ್ಟ್ wrote to me directly, hey, can we have a exchange program by Shagana? ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಐ ಗೋ ವಿತ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಳ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ರೆಪ್ಯುಟೇಷನ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬದುಕಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋಂಥ ಆಸೆ ಇದೆ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಸರ್ ಕೂಡ ಆಗ ಅಭಯ್ ಜೈನ್ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ನನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಪ ಟೀಚರ್ ಆದದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆ ಸಂತೋಷ ಇದೆ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನನಗಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅನುಭವ ಇದ್ದವರೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಹೆಂಚಿನ ಮುರಡಿ ಬತ್ತಿನ ಬರ್ಸಾಗ ಪುಟ್ಟಿನ ತಜಂಕ್. ಬಟ್ ಐ ಟೆಲ್ ಯು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬದಲಾಗುವ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಹಾಕುವ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ 5 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೇನೆ, ನೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್, 5 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ. ಮನೇಲಿ ಹೋದಾಗ ಎಂಥದ್ದು ಇದು ಚಾಟ್ ಜಿಪಿಟಿ ಇದೆಂತ ಲಿಂಕ್ಡ್ಇನ್ ಅಂತ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೋಡೋಣ, ಒಂದು ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ಪ್ರೊಫೈಲ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಆಗ ನೋಡಿ ಥ್ರಿಲ್ ಇನ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕು, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗ್ರಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕು, ನಾಯಿ ಸಂತೆ ಫಂಡ್ ಇದೆ. ಡೂ ಯು ಬಿಲೀವ್ ದಿಸ್? ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಹ್ಯೂಜ್ ಫಂಡ್ ಲೈಸ್ ಇನ್ ಯುರೋಪಿಯನ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟೀಸ್. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಬ್ಬ ಹುಡುಗ 3 ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ಗೆ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಪೈ ಎರಸಮಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಬಂದ ಹುಡುಗ. ಜಸ್ಟ್ 18, 19, 20s ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೇ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲಿಂಗ್ ಯುರೋಪ್. ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಿರ್ಗೋಣ, ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅನ್ನೋನ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಜನರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೇನೆ ಬಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗೋದು, ಬಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋದು. ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಯುರೋಪಿನ ಚಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬ್ರೆಡ್ಡು ತಿನ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗದೆ, ಅಯ್ಯಯ್ಯೋ ಈ ಸತೀಶ್ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಬಂದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ತಪ್ಪಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕ್ಷಮೆ ಕೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕರೆದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆನೇ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು 4-5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಇದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳಿ, ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಕತೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನಾನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕತೆ ಉಂಟದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ. ಮಧ್ಯಪ್ರದೇಶ ಖಾಲಿ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಉತ್ತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ವಿತ್ ಇಸ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್, ಈಗ ಅರ್ಥ ಆದದ್ದಾ? ಓ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿ ನಗಾಡಬೇಡಿ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ ಜೋಕರ್. ಸೊ ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ ನೋಟ್ ಐ ರಿಯಲಿ ಬೋ ಡೌನ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಮೀ ಅಪಾರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ. ನನ್ನ ಹಾಗೆ ನೀವು ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ನಿನ್ನ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್. ಐ ಆಮ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ Manipal School of Commerce and Economics. I have a center called as Center for Economics and Social Networking. We have a beautiful program called as Krida Bharat and Mahila Bharat. Even for your colleges, we love to come. We can conduct a grants sessions, publication sessions, whatever you want, but some terms and conditions is, first you have to write to us. We'll take a proper channel through Sridhar sir and my boss Dr. Sandeep. I will execute at the next level. I want at least on the ಎರಡು ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ನವರಾದ್ರು ICS sir grant open ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಹಾಕಿ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕೊಲಾಬ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಗೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ರೈಟ್. ಆಗಲೇ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು 4th ಕನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ AJ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ is a successful one because we already got our grants. And as ma'am said, there will be some applications for PhD. Definitely, let us work together. We are there to help you. Only thing is, you have to work, you have to ask. I'll tell you, your kids will respect you like anything if you are doing really great things. ಆಗ ನೀವು ಮೋಟಿವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೆಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಂಬಳದ ಕತೆ ಕೇಳುವಾಗಲೇ ಅವರ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಅವರು ಇವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಒಂದು ಲೆವೆಲಿಗೆ ಅವರೇ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರ ಜೊತೆ ಕಾಂಪೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ. ಕಾಂಟ್ ಯು ಸಿ ದಿಸ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಡಿಕ್ಷನ್? ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಅಲ್ಮಾ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ಸ್, still you are saying you are struggling to compete. Let us utilize our resource as a alma. Take the colleges to the next level. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇದೇ ಮಹಾವೀರ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಆದಾಗ ಭಾಷಣ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸೊ ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ ಆಲ್ ನೋಟ್, ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬರನ್ನ ಭಾಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆದಿದ್ರು, ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಈ ಜನ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಲೆಂಡರ್ ಹಿಡಿದ್ರು, ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಒಬ್ರು ಸ್ಟೇಜಿನ ಕೆಳಗಿದ್ದವರು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೋಲ್ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸೀದಾ ಬಂದ್ರಂತೆ. ಆಗ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಯಾನಂತಾವೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಈರುಂತ ಒಡ್ಚಿ ಈರು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಲೆ ನೀಡಲ್ಲಿ ಎತ್ತೊಂದು ಬೈತೀನಿ ಏರು. ಸೊ ಇಫ್ ಯು ರಿಯಲಿ ಫೆಲ್ಟ್ ದಟ್, ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಸರ್ ಇಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್, ರೈಟ್? ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ ನೋಟ್ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ನಾನು ಗುಣಗುಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೇನೆ. ನನಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಟೀಚರ್ ಸಣ್ಣದಿರುವಾಗ ಕಲಿಸಿದ್ದು ಗೋಪಾಲಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅಡಿಗರ ಮಾತು. ನರನೊಳಗೆ ನಾರಾಯಣನ ರೂಪು ಕಂಡು ತಿರೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಸುರಪುರದ ಮೈಸಿರಿಯನುಂಡು ಪರಹಿತಕ್ಕೆ ಬಳಲುತ್ತಿರಲದುವೆ ಜೀವನವು ಪೆರತೇನ ನೆಸಗಿದರು ನಮಗೆ ಲಾಂಛನವು. ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಕನ್ನಡ ಟೀಚರ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಂದು ಹೇಳಿ, ಪ್ರಾಯಶಃ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ ನೋಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ಫುಲ್ ಟು ಮಾಹೆ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ಫುಲ್ ಟು ಮಹಾವೀರ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ಫುಲ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು. ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಕೊಡಿ, ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಕೊಡಿ. ಓಕೆ, ವೆಯ್ಟ್ 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 ವೆಯ್ಟ್. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡನ್ನು ಹೀಗೆ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎದುರು, ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಫಿಂಗರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಡೀರಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ. ರೈಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡಿನ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಫಿಂಗರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಡೀರಿ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಫಿಂಗರ್, ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಫಿಂಗರ್ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ, ಥರ್ಡ್ ಫಿಂಗರ್, ಫೋರ್ತ್ ಫಿಂಗರ್, ಫಿಫ್ತ್ ಫಿಂಗರ್, 10 ಫಿಂಗರ್. ಎಸ್, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ರೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್. ನನ್ನ 3ನೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಟೀಚರ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ದು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ಓ, ಮೈ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೇಟ್. ಯಾರಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು? ಯಾರಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು? ಮೈ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೇಟ್. ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲೂ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಯಾರಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು? ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೇಟ್ ಯಾರು? ಬೆಳದಿಂಗಳ ಬಾಲೆಯ? ಅಲ್ವೇ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ್ರು ಅವರು? ನಾನು ಪ್ರೇಮನ ಪಿಕ್ಚರಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಡುಕಿದಾಗೆ ಹುಡುಕ್ಬೇಕಾ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಿ ರವಿ? ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ರು ಸ್ಟೇಜಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ, ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸೊ ಮೈ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೇಟ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಶಿ ಈಸ್ ಅ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ ಇನ್ BA. ಶಿ ಈಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ SDM ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಾವ್ ಶಿ ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜ್. ಇಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಾನು. ಎಸ್, that is my classmate Vijayalakshmi ma'am. Thank you so much ma'am. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೀಟರ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದೇ ಸಲ ಸಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಡೋದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಭಾರಿ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಈಗಾದರೂ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ತುಂಬ ಜೂನಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬೇಡ, ಈಗ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾಕು.
Thank you very much, sir, for such an inspiring talk with a twist of entertainment too. Your emphasis on values-based education has given us a meaningful perspective on how teaching and research can go hand in hand. May I now request Shri Sampath Samrajya, Deputy Chairman of SMC Governing Council, to present a memento to Dr. Satish Kumar as a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Let us now adjourn for lunch and reassemble at 2:30 for the next session. Thank you all.
Good afternoon. Welcome back everyone. We now proceed to the final session of the day on a theme that is both contemporary and futuristic. Use of technology and AI tools in the classroom and education. This session will be delivered by Dr. Abhilash K. Pai, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Engineering, MIT Manipal. May I kindly invite Dr. Abhilash K. Pai to the stage and occupy the respected seat. It is my immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Abhilash K. Pai to the gathering. Dr. Pai is an assistant professor in the School of Computer Engineering at Manipal Institute of Technology, Manipal. He holds a PhD in Computer Vision from Manipal Academy of Higher Education and M.Tech and B.Tech degrees in Computer Science and Engineering from Cochin University of Science and Technology, Kerala. With over 5 years of teaching experience, he has taught courses in computer vision, deep learning, algorithms, operating systems, and web technology with a strong emphasis on hands-on and project-based learning. He also mentors students on research projects, internships, and industry collaborations, and has served as faculty mentor for student-led initiatives such as USAV and VSO web applications. Dr. Pai's academic journey includes international research exposure as a guest scientist at Lebanese University, Hanover, Germany. His passion lies in translating cutting-edge research into classroom learning experiences and preparing students for both academia and industry. He is also a part of DBT-funded project on developing a cost-effective LED-based device for cervical cancer diagnosis and contributes as a reviewer for high-impact journals and conferences, bringing global insights back to his students. With this information, I welcome Dr. Pai to this event. Now I request K.R. Pandit, member of SMC Trust, to offer a bouquet to Dr. Abhilash K. Pai. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Pai to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so today's afternoon session is going to be on use of technology and AI in classroom education. So I will start with two possibilities which can happen in future in your classrooms. One possibility is a civil engineering student standing in a virtual construction site, manipulating different structures and tensors and creating a particular material or a particular structure. Another possibility is a mechanical engineering student pulling out some parts of an engine and checking whether if pulling out that part will affect the performance of that engine or not. All of these experiential, simulated way. This is going to be the future. And AI plays a very, very important role in making this possibility a reality. Okay. So with this notion, let me just start this session. First question, why do we need technology? Why do we need technology? It's very easy. Technology enables, technology in classroom I'm speaking about. Technology enables personalized learning, meaning different students, when I am delivering this lecture at this point of time, different people may have different pace. Different people may have different learning styles. Some may be very good at visual learning skill. Some may be very good at written learning skill. So I cannot, according to UNESCO, there is a very big shortage of teachers. There is over 30 million shortage of teachers. That's what UNESCO is projecting. And UNESCO has a specific program for teacher empowerment. So given that fact, I am delivering a class for an undergraduate student. I cannot give one-on-one attention to everyone. Right? So I cannot touch upon different aspects, different learning aspects of different students. So technology will help in doing that. Technology will give a personalized learning experience to each student. There are different ways in which that personalized learning experience can be brought into. Let us dive onto some aspects of those personalized learning experience later. Second is related to accessibility. Now, in colleges in rural areas, they might not have access to high power GPU machines, using which, GPU meaning graphical processing unit machines, using which you can do high amount of computations for high amount of data. You see these generative AI models, they are a byproduct of high amount of data plus high amount of computations. So if a student want to get a flavor of this generative AI, how it works, students has to put their hands into it. So maybe in Mahe or in very good institutions, IITs, NITs, they may have some facilities, but in rural areas, facilities are very less. In comes a savior called as cloud computing. Just you need something called as internet, and you can get connected to high power GPU machines. So technology brings in accessibility to each and every students. Accessibility in terms of different kinds of resources. One example of a resource is the GPU, which I am talking about. Third, and very important, is use of technology in classroom. See, the students has this particular knack of picking up things from the teachers. So if we are tech savvy, if we are using lots of technology in classroom, students starts to wonder, oh, how this fellow has used it. What is working behind it? They will be curious. they'll start using the same technology. Maybe that same use of that same technology may help that particular student land up in a very good company job. So we are kind of making the student future ready by adopting technology in the classroom. Okay, why am I speaking of all these boring things? I believe everybody already knows. But please hold on, interesting things are coming up. I just need to set the context. Okay, so now next, evolution of classroom technology. I have titled as From Chalkboards to ChatGPT. So everyone knows the traditional style of teaching in classroom is using chalkboards, right? Slowly, projectors started evolving because of the advent of technology. Things were, or topics were conveyed to the students in terms of animated PPTs, which are projected using a projector onto a screen, giving them a visual experience, touching the visual learners. Then came computer labs with the advent of computers. Students get even more hands-on experience of what they are learning. And when everything was going well, teachers were thriving in their teaching using all these technology. In came 2020, COVID era. So because of this COVID era, technology and the education changed drastically. From classroom learning to online learning. So became popular lots of online classroom based technologies like Google Classroom, Microsoft Teams, etc. I also have to speak about smart boards, which is a very nice combination of a projector converted to a monitor and a stylus incorporated to it, so that the students doesn't miss out on the chalkboard experience. So like when I take class to the students, sometimes I use chalkboards, sometimes I use PPTs. So when I'm using PPTs, I make it a point that PPTs are animated. But one student came to me and said that, sir, when you are explaining this particular thing, yesterday in the class you used PPT, today the same topic, as a continuation of the topic, you used chalk piece. I was able to recollect all the information, or I was able to perceive all the information which you are conveying when you used chalk piece instead of a PPT. So smart boards gives you a blended experience of both. So yeah, that's smart boards, that's the evolution of tech. Finally, we are in the post-COVID era. Online learning has progressed rapidly, and in 2022 in came something called as ChatGPT, right? Or we in computer scientists call as GPT, generative pre-trained transformers. There were different versions of GPTs, and these GPTs were trained on large amount of data, and I believe most of you might have used GPT. Anybody who has not used ChatGPT? Okay. Anybody who has not used ChatGPT in this room? So I assume that everybody has used ChatGPT. Right. Okay. So my focus is going to be on the AI assistants. Before diving into AI assistants, before diving into the world of ChatGPTs, I just want to emphasize one thing. There are, since my topic is technology in classroom and AI, which I'm going to touch upon very soon. So I just want to finish and give all justice to the word technology. So technology is an aid for teaching. So in terms of computers, you can think of two types of technology, hardware based and software based. So hardware based technologies are laptops, tablets, VR headsets, which is an emerging field, which I touched upon in the beginning slide. I told you about the possibilities. So this is a very fascinating thing. Anybody have heard about Apple Vision Pro? Anybody heard about Apple Vision Pro? The VR headset. Have you seen videos of people walking in the street using Apple Vision Pro headsets? So those are virtual reality headsets which give you a feeling of a different environment. You will be in a different environment. So this is going to be future of education. Mahe is research on this by inculcating this into medical domain, so that the MBBS first year students can have a in-hand experience of what is inside a heart without having to do a surgical incision on a dead body. So technology gives you infinite possibilities, and AI and technology together is going to make that possibility a reality. So my focus is going to be on the software based technology, which is going to be the AI powered chatbots, which is ChatGPT, Gemini. So now my topic shifts to the era of generative AI, 2022 onwards. So for computer scientists, for medical people, there is two era. One is pre-COVID and one is post-COVID. For computer scientists, there is two era, pre-ChatGPT and post-ChatGPT. So generative AI is the go-to these days. The top schools, the top undergraduate institutes like Harvard, MIT Boston, Stanford University are all adopting AI. For instance, there is this course called as CS50, offered by Harvard University. This course is a course which is offered to the incoming undergraduate students to the Harvard University. And CS50 has evolved in a brilliant manner, and now they are adopting the generative AI tools for classroom teaching. So they are giving these students access to these large language models, which we call it as LLMs. ChatGPT is one of the large language model. We will see what is meant by large language model very shortly. So they are giving access to the students. They say that given this task, use an LLM and solve this task. And they have interestingly created lots of variations to that particular task, so that that particular student who is using that LLM can be evaluated on the basis of his understanding. So if top universities are using ChatGPTs or LLMs, why can't we use it? We also have to embrace it. We have to treat it as a reality, and we have to update our skills. Okay, so what is generative AI? So first, let me tell you what is AI. AI is the ability of a machine to mimic humans. That is what is the reality is. It's just a set of rules. It's a rule-based system. If you see in computer science terms, it's just an if-else condition. If this, do that. An earlier example of an AI system is a chess AI, which defeated Garry Kasparov, the famous chess player. It all consists of certain rules, simple, predefined, finite amount of rules. But building an AI to mimic human behavior is not a joke. It's not about finite rules. We cannot define finite rules to mimic human behavior. So that's where people started exploring different ways to mimic humans. In came machine learning, which is called as a traditional AI. Machine learning, supervised machine learning, unsupervised machine learning. Basically, machine learning tries to extract patterns from the data. You give a data, it tries to extract patterns from the data. One example of a machine learning model is, given an image, the model will predict, given a medical image of a brain, the model will predict whether the brain is having tumor or not. That's it. Or given 5 years stock price of a particular company, it is going to predict what is going to be the trend for that particular company for the next 10 years. That's it. That's machine learning. It just extracts patterns from the data. So people started exploring more ways of making machine learning improved, because machine learning had a drawback. The drawback was somebody has to feed the data, or somebody has to feed these features to this machine learning. Data is just not enough. You need to extract features from the data. For example, a doctor has to give the values of different parameters of a patient to say whether that patient is going to be diabetic or not. A doctor has to give the values to this particular model. Now people started thinking, okay, somebody is giving a model, somebody is giving some features to this model. What if that somebody is not there? What will happen? This model is going to fail. Now, how do you automatically learn features? In came something called as deep learning. So deep learning automatically learns patterns from the data. There need not be any doctors to give any features. It automatically learns patterns from the data. And finally, there is this modern AI, which is called as generative AI, which does not extract patterns from the data, which does not automatically learn patterns from the data. It does, but that is not its primary purpose. But it generates new data, given some data to it. It generates new data, which is not capable for a machine learning model. A machine learning model may detect whether a given image is tumor or not, but it may not generate a new image of a tumor. That is what generative AI model does. That's why it's termed as generative artificial intelligence. So these models, so-called models, are some neural networks trained on large amount of data. And there is a certain input to it, and there is a certain output to it. Based on the characteristics of input and output, different models perform different tasks. Now, the input to it is very important to us, and we are using these models, the generative AI models. One example is ChatGPT. Another example is Gemini. Any other example can you give about generative models? ChatGPT, Gemini. Microsoft Copilot, yes. Perplexity AI. Any other? Have you heard about Cloud AI? Yes. So there are different. For example, there is something called as Grok. Do you know which company is? Okay, Grok is from the Twitter, Elon Musk's company. So everybody, in your mobile phone, in WhatsApp, so WhatsApp is acquired by Meta AI, Mark Zuckerberg. So in your WhatsApp, there is this search, near the search bar, there is this blue circle. Have you observed it? Yeah. So you are looking into a model called as Llama, L-L-A-M-A. That's from the Meta AI. You can use it to generate images. Let's say you have a very good friend, or you have a very good relative whom you want to send good morning messages. You can ask it to generate a very fantastic, beautiful, scenic good morning image. It will generate for you. It's all examples of these generative AI models. So what is the input to it? Input to it is prompts. The input to it is prompts. Prompts are nothing but text data. Okay, so this is the Venn diagram. Artificial intelligence is the umbrella, the bigger umbrella, in comes machine learning inside that, in comes deep learning inside that, and generative AI is a subset of that. So if you are building a generative model, you are building a generative AI model. That's what you say. Okay, so in a nutshell, you can think of a generative AI model as a brilliant, incredibly fast assistant you can talk to. Okay, so this generative AI, as I told you, system is trained on large amount of data. I'll tell you that, I'll ask you a question. Why India is not able to come up with its own model, its own generative AI model? Why India is not able to come up with its own generative AI model? Because to train a generative AI model, you require large amount of data. So first comes the data collection part. It takes lots of years. For example, the data collection work, I believe, started in 2017 with the advent of transformer architecture, an architecture model called as transformer model by OpenAI. Slowly in 2020 they built GPT-1, 21 they built GPT-2, 22 they built GPT-3, it became popular, and then the rest of the models came into. So there is a legacy of around 5 to 6 years of data collection. So if India is going to do that, it's of no use. It's just waste of time. Already OpenAI has done that. What we can do is we can leverage these models and make it better for some tasks, which we will see later. I'll tell you some good research opportunities using these generative AI. Okay, so generative AI basically is trained on large amount of data. The model is so complex, and you can think of it as a neural network. You can think of it as the neurons in your brain. There are billions of neurons in the brain, and connections are there are lots of connections between those neurons. Okay, so talking about the prompt and the output. So we have this model. This is our generative AI model. We give the input data and we get the output. Okay. So if the input data is a text and the output is a text, such a model is called as a large language model. Input is a text, output is a text. What is the example? You go to ChatGPT, type this, write an essay on generative AI. It's a text. Input is a text, it gives output as a text. It gives you an essay. So such models are called as large language models. Language models because input is a language, output is also a language, a piece of text in a certain language. Why it is called large language model? Because it is trained on large amount of data. Now, when the input is an image or a prompt, you have done this. I have seen many WhatsApp status going on these days recently based on this famous model called as nano banana model. Nano banana model. Have anybody heard about it? Yeah. So this is a text prompt given to such a model. I'll show you how to craft a prompt. And this is going to be the image. Now are you familiar with it? I have asked it to generate a Spider-Man image. So many people, it's a trend these days. Many people are generating. And I see some people generating with saris. Yeah. So basically this model is called as a vision language model or a multimodal language model because you are dealing with two modes of data. One is a text, another is a image. You are giving an image as an input and giving a text. For example, if you give your image as an input and ask it to convert it to a nano banana 3D studio graphics based model, it will give you this. So input is an image and a text or only a text, and the output is a image. This is Such models are called as vision language models or multimodal large language models. So I have curated this list of different models. There is audio to text model or speech to text model. For example, if you want to do transcription of the speech, let's say somebody is not understanding English, somebody wants to translate it to Kannada. You can have a large language model for that. You can have a receiver which captures my audio signals. It can convert these audio signals to text and convert it back to audio signal so that you understand what I am speaking about. If you go to foreign countries, you see the taxi drivers use this. They use this Google translator. They input whatever they want to say in their language and they show us the output in English so that we understand. So this is something called as audio to text model. There are other models which I am not going to touch upon. So there are infinite possibilities. Data, so my point is, based on the data and based on the output, there can be many types of models. ChatGPT can be a large language model. At the same time, it can be a multimodal large language model also. Because you can give input as text to ChatGPT and get output text from it. You can give input an image and a text and you can get an output, an image or a text from it. You can speak to ChatGPT also. ChatGPT can be an ASR model also. You can talk to ChatGPT in your native language. So next time if you go and explore, there is this audio button in the ChatGPT. You can play that and speak in your native language and try to see what is the experience. So I try to learn, I am from Kerala, so I try to learn Kannada using ChatGPT's voice mode. Okay, so there are various possibilities of input data to model transitions. These are different models if you have to note. For large language models, some important models are GPT-4, Claude. For vision language models, some models are Qwen, GPT-4 Vision, Blip2. For text to image models, DALI. For image to image models, ControlNet. Let's say you want to do image in painting. You take an image, you remove one part of an image and you ask to fill that part of the image. This is there in Photoshop. There is ASR models, speech recognition models. Whisper is a very good model. There is Google TTS, text to speech model, speech to speech model. There are different possible models these days. You go to ChatGPT, you type this prompt, give me a list of different kinds of input, output, transition and the names of the models, you will get this. Okay, by the way, I didn't prepare this slide. An AI tool prepared this slide for me. I'll tell you how I will do it. And it took maybe 30 minutes for me to prepare this slide. Just 30 minutes. Actually, it took only 5 minutes for preparation of this entire overview. But to restructure it, give it a flow, it took around 30 minutes to prepare. So I'll tell you later how to do it. Okay, so in comes the question, how can we leverage this generative AI as a teacher? So I'll talk about two aspects. As a teacher, how can we leverage this? And as a student, how can we give them a feel? How can we make them use these generative AI tools? And what are the problems associated with that? So as a teacher, most of you might have done this, created lesson plans using ChatGPT. Have you created lesson plans using ChatGPT? No? If no, don't worry, I will show you how to do it. Have you created a question paper using ChatGPT? Yes, of course. Right? Yeah. Have you evaluated an assessment using ChatGPT? No. Okay. Have you used ChatGPT for administrative tasks? To make administrative tasks efficient? Okay, we will touch upon all these aspects. I will show you an example of where you can use it. And finally, as Mahe emphasizes, we can use it for research. So while teaching a subject, you need to do research. You need to ask the questions why, how, what before delivering a topic to the students. In the same way, you can converse with, instead of conversing with textbooks as an input, you can converse with research papers and do fantastic things with the power of AI. Okay, let's go step by step. First, lesson plan creation. So, because there is time constraint, what I have done is, and I was not sure about the internet connectivity, I have taken a screen recording of whatever I have done, and I'll just show. So I'll just, in between, I will just forward it, and I'll show you the important portions of that. Okay, so the first task is lesson plan creation. So, yeah, duplicate it. Yeah. Okay. So here, I'm not sure if this is visible to the people at the back, but trust me, I will literally translate this whatever is happening. So I want to create a lesson plan. My course coordinator has given me this task, and my course coordinator has given me the syllabus and asked me, okay, Abhilash, this is your syllabus, create a course plan for this semester. So what I'll do, I'll go to ChatGPT, clearly, neatly tell ChatGPT that, hey ChatGPT, this is my syllabus given to me, create a lesson plan for me. Okay. So what ChatGPT will do? ChatGPT will create its own lesson plan. But we may have our own constraints, right? So that course might be delivered for 36, it might be a 3-credit course, it might be a 4-credit course based on which 36 hours, 48 hours, it should have a lab component, it should have a peer learning component, all those components are there. So all these should come in your so-called prompts. So what I have done is, I have given the syllabus. So this is my syllabus. This is my entire syllabus. I've said to ChatGPT that, okay, this is the syllabus. These are the constraints. Total 100 marks, 60 marks internal assessment, 40 marks external assessment, internal assessment 1 test, external assessment 2 programming tasks to be given, 20 plus 20, and let's see what it does. So basically, you have to be very clear. ChatGPT, you have to treat it as your child. You have to give clear instructions to ChatGPT. Otherwise, it won't understand what do we need. So you can see it is creating week by week course plan. And trust me, it created a better job than I could. It created a real better job than I could. So it saves lot of time. It saves a hell lot of time. So my course coordinator before ChatGPT era would have given this task. He would have ended up sitting for maybe half a day or something creating this course plan. It creates it in 2 minutes, just 2 minutes. So it saves a lot of time for us. That is one example. The important thing is, I'll tell you some little bit tips how to tailor a prompt. But the important thing is you have to treat ChatGPT as a child and think that ChatGPT will only answer the questions which you ask. It won't know any other things, your intentions. So you have to make it crystal clear whatever you want. You should not leave any single thing. Okay. Next, what I did is, so we have NBA accreditation. for our course, which means we need to do outcome analysis, outcome attainment analysis, which means I have to define course outcome, learning objectives, course outcomes for this. Anybody has considered this as a painful task? Anybody has done it? Anybody has created learning objectives? At the end of this course, these students is going to learn these things. Anybody has tried to see whether that learning objective is achieved or not? That comes under COPO attainment, the CO attainment, course outcome attainment. So it's a dreaded task for us in MIT. It takes hell lot of time in doing that. So we can use ChatGPT to automate it. We can ask it to generate something called as a COPO matrix, and trust me, it will generate it beautifully. So you can use it to save your time. As you can see, it has generated the course outcome, COs and POs. I have told it to use POs. POs is nothing but program outcomes, similar to undergraduate program outcomes, and it has done a wonderful job. It has given me this table. And this particular task, if I had to do manually, it will take another half a day. So content creation for a particular course, it is going to take one full day, and with ChatGPT, it is going to save you the entire day. Just one prompt you need to type. Only the time is how you are typing that prompt, how much time you are taking to type that prompt. That's it. And these days, ChatGPT responses are pretty fast. It is doing very good. So you can save a lot of time. So that's one instance. The second instance is, let's say you are teaching a subject, you want to generate a flow chart. Have you tried this with ChatGPT or any other AI tool? So this is another demo of flowchart generation. So in ChatGPT, there is this section called as GPTs, this custom GPTs, which are tailor-made for certain tasks. Basically, it will ask us a lot of questions so that it will restructure our prompt and give it to the ChatGPT or another AI model so that it clearly understands what we need. Why does it switch back again? Okay, so this is the prompt. I have told that I'm working on a 2-class image classification problem in CNN. Basically, this includes some blocks. So I want it to generate a block diagram out of this. So it is generating a code or a prompt which it is going to send to an AI called as Whimsical AI. Now, as you can see, it's going to generate this block diagram for me. If I had to do it in PowerPoint, it would take me around 5 minutes. So I just have to give the prompt and I can do parallel other tasks. If I want to modify that diagram, I can ask it to split it, bifurcate it, as you like. You can ask it to modify. So you can come up with this beautiful flow diagrams using generative AI. Okay, this I have done using ChatGPT tool. Okay. Next option. Anybody has done this? Many people have told me this particular generative AI tool, Microsoft Copilot. So this is the paper. This is the breakthrough paper, because of which we are using ChatGPT. The title of the paper is "Attention is All You Need." It's from an Indian origin guy, Vaswani, his name is. So I'm just using, I'm not logged into anything. I'm just using a Edge browser. Everybody knows an Edge browser in Windows. I just logged into Edge browser. In the side of it, you can see the Copilot icon, if you know the Copilot icon. So you just open an article, open a PDF in a browser and click on that Copilot icon and just brainstorm on the research paper. You don't have to be logged in, or you need not have any account in any research rabbit or semantic scholar or any of these research AI based tools. You just need to have a Windows account, a Edge browser, and you can start researching. This is a very simple example of how you can summarize an article using something called as Copilot. So as you can see, it does a wonderful job in summarizing. I'm sorry, because it's a video, I cannot zoom into it, but it's giving me clear-cut answers to my questions. So basically, as a start point for doing research, you can take a research paper. I'll tell you better methods of doing this. You can take a research paper, download it as a PDF, open it in a Edge browser, open the Copilot, and just start asking questions. Start asking questions like why, when, what, who, etc. It'll give answers, fantastic answers. Just like a kid, you can start asking this. Before ChatGPT, we couldn't do this. Trust me, when I was doing research, I basically did my research in machine learning and deep learning. So I have gone through this transition. So when I did this research, there was a forum called as Stack Overflow. So basically all your questions, computer science related questions, you used to post it in Stack Overflow. If I had some doubts regarding some papers, you used to contact authors, of course, but sometimes authors would not respond. So we used to take papers and we used to post it in Stack Overflow and ask questions about this. How is this implemented, etc. Now we have to wait for somebody to answer to that question. That's one thing. Another thing, I have to approach some faculty or a professor who is expert in that particular field. And getting that faculty would be very difficult given that faculty's schedule. So now, it's all at your fingertips. You just need to open the research article. You can ask whatever questions you want. It will give you pinpoint accurate answers. But there are certain limitations. So I will tell you, let's wait until AI evolves even more. Okay. So for certain domains, there are certain limitations. All right, so quickly coming on to the saving time on administrative activity. So this is a demo. So I will show you my ChatGPT chat. So let's say that I have this list of students. So I tell to ChatGPT that this is my master list. So now this is my list of all students in my class. Now I am just combining all the course feedbacks of these students. So here comes the course feedback. I also paste it in ChatGPT. And I observe that some of the students have not given course feedback. Now, this I have collected using MS Forms. Now the challenge is that I have the master list. I need to go to each and every student and check that whether that student has given feedback or not. And this is a painstaking task. It will take a lot of time to do it. Cross verification. So what I can do, I can just take the master list, give it to ChatGPT, take the student feedback, give it to ChatGPT, ask it to look at both the list for each and every student, check whether that student has given a feedback or not. If that student has given a feedback, fill that entry. If the student has not given the feedback, make that entry blank. So based on that prompt, I have this as a result. As you can see, you will get a downloadable file. Some people have given feedback, some people have not given feedback. Okay, so saving time on administrative activity. Next, quickly, I will tell you how to encourage students in doing this. So you can ask students or encourage students to use these generative AI tools for learning more about some topics. You can give it as an assignment to them and come up with a solution. Ask them to come up with a solution and make them explain what is that. That is one way of doing it. In my lab, in my deep learning lab, I promote students using ChatGPT. They use ChatGPT to generate codes. But ChatGPT is not good at interpreting results. So we know where are the points where ChatGPT would fail. So we will assess students based on that points. Of course, research partner, you can use generative AI tools as a research partner, and you can use it as a writing assistant for the students. So I would just quickly show you one very good example of a tool which most unlikely many people might have used. This tool is called as Notebook LM. Anybody has used this? Notebook LM. It's from Google. It's a fantastic tool. I will promote. I'm not from Google, but I will request everyone to use this. This is fantastic. If you are interested in learning, if you are doing teaching, if you are doing research, this is a fantastic tool. Basically what I've done over here is, I have a list of some papers. I want to do an analysis of these papers. So what I do is I open Notebook LM. It's a part of Google. You can just Google it and find it out. You need not have any paid account for this. In free account also works with some limitations, but you can do research, good research using this. So I have uploaded some papers. Okay, I have asked it certain questions. Now, in computer science field, when somebody works on something, there is data sets involved, there is some models involved. So I just ask which data set this paper has used and which model this paper has used and do a comparison. Now, this has given me a clear-cut answer on how it does. So I will promote everyone to use Notebook LM as a tool for research. And there are a lot of other options here. You can see an option called as podcasts. This is a fantastic option you can explore. So what it will do is, since I don't have time, there is this podcast already here. It's around 2 minutes, I believe. So what it will do is, it will create a scenario where two people are talking. Two AI assistants are talking, and they are talking about this topic. And you will get a feeling of overhearing two people talking about the research paper you are looking into. And you can anytime interrupt that conversation and you can ask questions on it. Okay, so I will request everyone to explore this Notebook LM. It is fantastic. If you need to do very good research, I will promote everybody to use Notebook LM. You can understand the paper thoroughly. Or if you are preparing for a class, you can upload a textbook into this and ask questions, create a podcast, maybe give it to the student as a podcast. There are endless possibilities. So Notebook LM is a very good tool. Okay, so quickly concluding, so there are other examples of, okay, so just to 1 minute on prompting. So there are these examples on prompting. Basically, you have to give good prompts you have to be clear and precise with the prompts. So there is something called as zero-shot prompting, where you're just asking a question. You're not giving an example. This won't work well, actually. I will suggest you to give one-shot prompts. One-shot prompt is, you are giving a prompt and you are telling that I am expecting this particular thing as the output from this prompt, as an example. For example, I am asking an LLM to translate from English to text, in English to Kannada, and I am giving one example. Okay, this is going to be my English sentence and this is going to be my Kannada sentence. I exactly want you to do like this. It will give better output than zero-shot prompting. This is one strategy which is used by many people. Another prompting is called as chain of thought prompting. Let's say you are doing you are analyzing a math equation. You are asking the ChatGPT to solve a math equation. So instead of just asking it to solve the math equation, you are asking it to analyze, revisit each and every step and check whether that answer is correct or not. Or what you can do is, you can tell me, give me step number 1 answer. And then you can go to the ChatGPT and ask itself, is this correct? I feel that this value has, you can create doubts in the mind of ChatGPT. So it will really go and evaluate that answer. Then you are simply giving zero-shot or one-shot prompting. So it will generate even more better answers. The model called as DeepSeek, anybody has heard of this model, DeepSeek? Is the recent best model is using this strategy, chain of thought prompting. Yes, sir. So there is something called as role prompting also, which will work wonderful. So let's say that you are generating a course plan. You can tell that you are a history teacher. You can start with that. It's a magic term. So you can start with that prompt. You are a history teacher. Now do whatever is required by the history teacher. So just start with that prompt called as you are a history teacher, or you are a course coordinator for the subject deep learning. Okay, so the big debate, I'm going to cut it short. How we will make students ethically use these tools. That's a big debate. I will suggest promote the students use these tools, but create strategies and find pitfalls in these tools, and based on these pitfalls evaluate the students. I would suggest that. So there are other ethical considerations like plagiarism. So if we go into that, let's say that we are given a task of writing an essay to the student, and we think that the student has written essay using ChatGPT. We use an AI plagiarism detector to detect the plagiarism. Students have a way to humanize it. There is something called as humanizer.ai. It can humanize the essay generated by ChatGPT. The students are smart. So there is no other way in making the students use ChatGPT and make them industry ready. That would be my suggestion. The final question, as Dr. Sridhar Pai sir has said, asked in the morning session, will AI replace teachers? The answer is AI handles information, teachers drive transformation. Okay? So you won't get the feeling of empathy, you won't get the feeling of peer learning with the AI-based tutor. A teacher needs to be there in that case. So thank you sir, thank you everyone, thank you Mahe for giving this opportunity to me. Any questions if there is time?
I request sir to come on to the dais. Thank you very much, sir, for that thought-provoking and insightful session. Your presentation has truly shown us how technology and AI can transform education for the better. Sir, I request Professor Harish, Head of the Department of Commerce, to kindly present a memento to Dr. Abhilash K. Pai as a token of our appreciation. Thank you, sir. I request all the faculty members to submit the feedback. Now we are in the valedictory session. I request Dr. Radhakrishna, Principal Shri Mahaveera First Grade College, Lieutenant Vijayalakshmi, Principal Shri Mahaveera PU College, to escort Dr. Sridhar Ranganath Pai, Administrative Officer AG, and K.R. Pandit, Member of SMC Trust, to the dais. Welcome you all. Now I request Jyoti Shankar, Vijay College Mulki, to share your experience about the convention.
Good evening to all. First of all, I am really privileged to congratulate especially and thank whole team of Mahaveera College, especially the principals and faculty members for organizing this 4th convention of AG college teachers convention program very successfully, also in a grand manner. Actually, we are all happy with them, and also especially I would like to thank 3 speakers, especially who enlightened us today, especially Madam Dr. Ankita, who enlightened us towards research work. We were all scared, actually many of us were scaring about to speak about research, but she made it in a very simple manner. Now I think more than 50% of us really think about this. Really, we need it actually. Thank you, madam. And also, next, wonderfully, sir took the session, Dr. Satish, sir. My right, Satish sir is not there, I think. Actually, the time when he was telling Madhya Pradesha, Alta Iruvaga, Uttar Pradesha matadudilla, but I think none of us felt that because he took that one 40-minute session very wonderfully. On behalf of everyone, I thank him also. And also afternoon, after the special, the delicious lunch provided by, I think, Padival's Moodbidri. A very nice morning breakfast also we enjoyed. Then short break, that drink, yeah. And also afternoon's lunch. We especially thank them also. And sir enlightened, and he told us how to utilize AI. Actually, everyone needs it. But I think computer science faculty only, I think we could understand. Others also, actually, it is very much necessary. Many of us are, I think, not yet utilize many of the tools, whatever he spoke about today, and really will utilize it, sir. So I'm thanking Dr. Abhilash, sir, also for his session, and also thanking, on behalf of everyone, I would like to thank our Manipal team for providing us to organize this program everywhere. It is like a get-together for us actually. Everyone were thinking why to go, means far, some of them are coming from Sringeri and all, but still we feel like our family members are here today. Along with the sessions, whatever we attended today, we could meet many of our friends here. So I would like to thank everyone, each one of the team members for providing us this opportunity. And I think they told me, I am Jyoti Shankar from heading Computer Science Department from Vijay College, Mulki, sir. So I take this opportunity to thank for giving me this occasion to speak, to thank, and so to speak about this today's program. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Mallika Shetty, MGM College, Udupi, to express your opinion about today's convention.
Very good afternoon, one and all present here. Standing before you to provide my feedback about this convention, feeling proud enough on behalf of all of you sitting here. I found the convention is highly informative and engaging. All the resource persons presented their topics very well, and it is really knowledge sharing, and we found all the topics which are designed by Academy of General Education. It is best suited for the current scenario. Coming to the hospitality and the logistics which are provided by the organizer, it is really very impressive. We are really very happy with the hospitality and the logistics provided, and very important thing is time management. I really appreciate the time management which is managed by the organizers. Congratulations to the organizers. Well appreciated. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am, your opinion. Now I request Dr. Sridhar Pai to give his closing remarks about the convention.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank all the teachers for your lot of patience and active participation in this particular convention. Thank you very much. In the morning session, I have mentioned about the Tejasvinaditamasto. This is the one of the title or motto. It is there in our Academy of General Education logo. And next time whenever you see this particular logo, please concentrate about this particular logo and the script or the letter written on this in Samskrita. That means may our study be effective and may our interact be sharpened. Okay? With these particular things, we started our sessions, and I want to make one thing very clear. For any institutions, the most important thing is HR. The research or whatever the facilities are the secondary. I'll tell you, whatever the college and all those things are mainly because of the dedicated work by the teachers. Okay, you are the whatever the perception or the name of the college or the institutions, everything is mainly because of the dedicated work by the teachers. So I congratulate all the teachers for your dedicated work and overall development of your institutions. Thank you very much. And I would like to mention one more important thing. Development of any institutions, the most important one is HR, our human resources, teachers. Just now I mentioned. The facilities and all those things we can create at the later stages. So, Madam has mentioned about the various research facilities available at the MAHE, and the only thing is optimally you have to utilize these facilities. Now you know the facilities. Sometimes as being a MAHE faculty, I also don't know many things about the various facilities. When you involve, then only you will come to know the various facilities available in the particularly MAHE, and the very important point is how optimally you will utilize this facility. So I request all the teachers of AG's colleges, please optimally utilize these facilities, and if those who are really interested in doing the PhD, I'm not telling everyone it's not possible. At least out of 100, if 10 to 15%, if you start thinking about the research, definitely the others will follow you. And for the research, I told no, facility is the later one. So what we can do for the next 6 months or the 8 months, that is the one task I'm going to give to all. Think about the research. Before that, you think about the review articles. That's what I used to tell in all the meetings. Review article is the one of the best thing you can start. Nothing is required. Review article means consolidation of the existing knowledge. Already informations are available. You consolidate it, that will become a review article. I'm expecting 3,000 words. 3,000 words with the specific reference, that will become review articles. Research is generating the new knowledge that we will see in the later stages. Now, tomorrow onwards, for the next 6 months, please think about one review articles. You can come with your colleagues or with your other colleagues, you can think and you come out with one important review articles. And so what is the use of these review articles, research articles? As I mentioned, no, definitely it will helpful for the institutions. How it will be influence institutions? As I told, no, definitely it will increase the NAC value, NAC score. In all the colleges, in the research, we are lagging behind. Particularly in the review articles and research articles, we are getting very less marks. So now this is the opportunity. I request all the faculty members, please contribute towards the overall development of this particular research in your institutions. And particularly about the AI, he has mentioned about the AI, and also Satish, he has mentioned about the methodologies, research methodologies. He started with his salary with the 3,600, but he never told what is his present salary. Okay, yeah, that means he is happy. That is the moral of the story. Okay, so last convention, it was held at Kundapura. That is third convention. At that convention, I was the one of the resource person. I attended as a resource person. Now, I have come here as a AO. So that's what I told, no, believe yourself do your work, and I believe the Bhagavad Gita, Karmanyevadhikarasya. Just don't expect, definitely it will come. That is the another important point I want to tell in this particular things. And these type of workshop will definitely useful. I'll tell you, my son is studying in Madhav Krupa school. Now Madhav Krupa school teachers are there. My son's teachers are all here only. Now they have benefited. Indirectly it will benefit indirectly to my son. That means it is directly useful for me also. So it is applicable to everyone. So I request, please update yourself. Please update yourself. Definitely it will be useful for our children. So that is the another things. And finally, I would like to mention about the one thing is, final one. For the next convention, 5th convention will be held at Sri Bhavanendra College, Karkala. So, next convention, we're going to have a review. How many publications and how many review articles and how many people have registered for this particular PhD. That is the one objective. We'll have some measurable objectives. Okay? Please keep in touch and see you in the next convention. And these are some of the sweet memories. I'll tell you, we have the photographs, and after some time, after few years, everyone will going to retire, even also going to retire. So during that time, what are the good times, what are the good sweet memories, this definitely will cherish. That is the one of the most important things. And with the final one, that is about at least I want 10% publication or 10% registration for the PhD is required. Okay, thank you very much. Sarve Janaha Sukho Bhavantu. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your meaningful concluding thoughts. Now we come to the end of the segment. I request our principal, Dr. Radhakrishna, to express his gratitude to all the invitees.
Good evening to you all, respected dignitaries on and off the days, dear teachers. Being the host college, it is my privilege and duty to express sincere thanks to you all. And just now, Dr. Sridhar Ranganath Pai gave concluding remarks in which he has highlighted about research requirement in all AJ institutions. And I propose our gratitude to you, sir. Sincere thanks to Sridhar Ranganath Pai, not only for that, for coordinating this 4th AJE Teachers Convention. And I take this opportunity to thank the management of Academy of General Education, especially Dr. H.S. Ballal, sir, and Dr. Sridhar Ranganath Pai for coordinating, and Hilda Madam for coordinating this convention in a meticulous manner. On behalf of the management of Sri Mahaveera College and teachers, faculty members of Mahaveera College, it is a privilege for us this year. So we sincerely thank you, sir, for giving opportunity to our college. And I also thank our beloved chairman, Sri K. Abhay Chandra Jain, former Minister of Government of Karnataka, who is for his support and encouragement. He is always guiding us and is a great motivation for all of us. I thank him in his absence. We have with us Sri K.R. Pandit. He is a senior advocate of this Moodbidri, and he is the alumnus of our college. I told him not, so we are getting time delayed for 15 minutes. That is why we are not letting him to speak, sir. So thank you for your presence. I thank wholeheartedly, sincere thanks on our side to the resource persons. Dr. Ankita Shetty, she gave very good, wonderful presentation. Dr. Satish Kumar, very, very impressive. Of time, we could not have much deliberations in Abhilash's session. Sorry for that. And we thought that we will invite him separately for our faculty in future. Every colleges, they can do that. So on behalf of the Mahaveera College, a great thanks to you all. And I thank management, principals and teachers of all AJ institutions for coming over here and making this convention a grand success. At the last, My sincere thanks to my teaching and non-teaching staff for their excellent cooperation in making this event a grand success. I thank one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Tea and snacks have been arranged in the AV room. Please join us there. I request everyone to raise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विदाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नाम